Hello?
Sorry, I couldn't hear anybody. Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Who is that?
Mr.
This
Benson.
is Brent Bandy.
Hi, Mr. Benson. You're here for your 8:30?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to call your case in just a second, all right?
Okay. Thank you.
And I've got a video to play for you first. Miss Sarwari, you're also here for your 8:30?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and then Mr. Bandy, you're here for your 8:45, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to play you a video here. So stand by. You might want to get a pen or pencil available to take down some numbers. Sir, what's your name? Your last name?
Dahir.
Say it again.
Dahir.
The last name. Last name. Ali Dahir. All right, I'm going to play you a video. You may want to take down. You may want to take down some numbers. Anything that is of interest to you.
Is that for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
That's for everybody, and I'm going to play the video for everybody right now.
Okay.
At least all the tenants in the room.
Okay.
Welcome to the 54A District Court. Please listen carefully for information about resources and assistance that may be available to assist you. Please have paper and a pen handy. The 54A District Court has an eviction diversion facilitator on site to provide non-legal assistance, such as connecting you to possible resources. Please contact Ulysses Rosa at 517-483-7608. You have a right to be represented by an attorney. If you do not have an attorney and you are able to afford an attorney, you might locate an attorney through the State Bar of Michigan by calling 1-800-968-0738. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may seek free representation from legal services. You should have received this information with your summons and complaint. We have a representative present from legal services who is available to speak with you at the conclusion of today's hearing. You have a right to a trial by judge or jury. Information about your other rights and the legal process is also available from the Guide to Michigan Legal Help at www.michiganlegalhelp.org. Assistance is also available from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. If you have a caseworker at MDHHS, then you should contact the Eviction Diversion Program line at 517-887-9595. If you do not have a caseworker, the court will provide you with information for a housing specialist or assistance payment worker at the local MDHHS office. Please contact that person immediately. These services are free. You do not need a judgment to receive assistance from MDHHS or Holy Cross Services. The summons and complaint from the court case are sufficient. If you have served in our armed forces, assistance may also be available from the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. Contact 1-800-642-4838 and select option 6. Your landlord-tenant case can be resolved in a number of ways. One way to resolve this case is if you and your landlord reach an agreement. In such case, a conditional dismissal is possible when approved by all parties. The court can provide you with a form for a conditional dismissal. Another resource is the Michigan Community Dispute Resolution Program. If the court determines that your case can be resolved through community dispute resolution, then that resource will be coordinated by the judge. Thank you for your attention. Your case will be called shortly by the judge.
All right, we're on the record in docket 23-00745. That is DWL Indus Realty LLC versus Carmen Benson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sam Dua here on behalf of the plaintiff.
And sir, you are Cameron or Carmen Benson?
Cameron, yes.
Okay, Cameron Benson. All right, Mr. Benson, and you had the opportunity to see the video in this case?
Yes.
So you understand you have several options, and I'm going to walk you through each option. Your first option is to meet with the legal representative of DWLL Indus Realty. Mr. Dua is here, and we could put him on an iPad, or he could join by Zoom, by his own cell phone, in regards to meeting with you to see if you could resolve any of these matters before we set it for formal hearing in the matter. This is a landlord-tenant pretrial, and that's one of your options today. Your second option is to meet with the legal representative of Legal Services of South Central Michigan, Mr. Kozert's here, and he could meet with you or one of his representatives, and you could make application to that agency for representative purposes, for representation purposes. If we did that, I'd most likely set it for formal hearing and allow that application process to work itself out. The third option is to seek your own representation or represent yourself. And if you did that, I would explain to you the formal hearing process and set it for that date. There's also somebody here from Advent House Ministries, Miss Alvarado's here. She's always available to meet with you if you want any suggestions for her. I can place you in a breakout room with that person. Mr. Benson, do you have some preference as to how you'd like to proceed today?
Yes, I would like to get legal representation.
Okay, so you'd like to meet with Mr. Kozort or a representative from Legal Services of South Central Michigan?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and set this for formal. I'm going to indicate for the record that all parties appeared. And I'm going to set it for formal hearing. Mr. Dua, the earliest date I've got is June 12th at this time at 2:30.
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, D is to meet with Legal Services. And we've set it for June 12th at 2:30. So before we leave here, I'm gonna have you meet with a representative from Legal Services. You have a June 12th date at 2:30. Regardless of what happens with Legal Services, you're responsible for being here live in person on that date and for bringing in any evidence you want the court to consider, all right?
Absolutely. You said live in person?
Live in person, yep, on that June 12th date. Bring in any evidence. We're going to treat that as a formal hearing or bench trial. So if you have any evidence, bring it in that we need to mark, so tangible evidence that we need to mark. I can't take evidence on a cell phone or things of that nature. So keep that June 12th date, give it a priority, all right?
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else for the record, Mr. Dua, on 23-00745?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Benson, I'm going to put you, Mr. Kozert. Would you like Mr. Benson to be placed in a room with Miss Ronka?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm gonna place Miss Ronka or Mr. Ronka. I'm not sure. Sean.
Mr.
And okay, Mr. Ronka. So and Mr. Benson in a breakout room. So you should get a prompt to go to that breakout room, Mr. Benson.
All right.
So you're all set.
All right, thank you.
And I think Mr. Brandy's here if you want to just go ahead and,
That would be great.
yeah, get
Thank
that one out of the way. Okay, 747. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00747. That is New Traditions Lansing versus Brett Bandy. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sam Dua here on behalf of plaintiff.
And sir, you are Brett Bandy?
I am.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial. Mr. Bandy, you had the opportunity to hear the video that was played?
I did.
All right, so you understand you have several options. I've indicated in regards to Mr. Benson, those same options. I'll walk you through them. At this point in time, this is a landlord-tenant pretrial, and we're here to see if we can resolve the case rather than set it for formal hearing at some point. Mr. Dua is here from New Traditions Lansing, and he's a legal representative. You could meet with him in regards to the filing of the complaint in this matter. He would talk you through some of those legal issues or talk to you about those legal issues. That's your option one. Option two is to meet with the legal representative of Legal Services of South Central Michigan. Mr. Kozort's here, and I would most likely set it for formal hearing and give you a breakout room to make application to that agency. The third option is to seek your own representation or represent yourself. And if we did that, I'd most likely set it formal hearing and explain to you the formal hearing process. Also, Ms. Alvarado is here from Advent House Ministries. She's always available to answer any questions or to talk you through some of these issues. Mr. Bandy, do you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed today?
Yes, I would like to take the first option, please.
Mr. Dua, would you be amenable to speaking with Mr. Bandy in a breakout room?
Of course, Your Honor.
All right, so are you going to join us? You join us and then we'll just add you in?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Mr. Dua is going to join us by Zoom, and then we're going to place you both in a breakout room, and then we'll go ahead and put it on the record. All right, Mr. Bandy?
All right, thank you.
All right, so hey, stand by, and we'll put you both in a breakout room. We'll probably, since you're on a cell phone, we'll probably move you straight there.
Okay.
Do we have an attorney here? For Bradshaw?
I don't know. Fleeman?
Okay, Mr. Fleeman, are you here for Mr. Bradshaw or Miss Bradshaw today? I'm sorry, I don't know.
I am, Your Honor. My name and P number should also be on the pleadings, but I understand the court record just shows John's
All
name.
right. All right. So let's go ahead and call one of your cases to the record. That is docket 23-00756, Waverly Lansing versus Ali Sarwari and Wahida Sarwahi. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Tyrone Fleeman on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right. And sir, you have to unmute yourself, sir. But you are Ali Sarwari?
Hi, sir. My name is Direction Siddiqui. I work with Sid Benson. Today, I will interpret for Ali Nasser Sarwari. He is Ali Nasser.
All right. So that is Ali Sarwari?
Yeah, he's Ali Nasser Sarwari.
All right. And you're Wahida Sarwari?
No, my name is Direction. I'm coming from Sid Benson just for interpreter. Right.
Okay, just for interpreter. All right. All right. So this is the time set for a landlord-tenant pretrial. So if you want to interpret, or just so he understands, he had the opportunity to see the video in this case.
Okay. خب مگه ویدیویی رو که ما پخش کردیم تو خودت دیدی او ویدیو رو؟ نه.
بله.
Yeah.
Okay, and he understood the video, or at least knew that indicated some of his rights in the matter.
خب میگه چیزایی که داخل از ویدیو بود حقوق تو را نشان میداد که تو کدام حقا داری و کدام کارا رو کردن میتونی. آیا میگه تو از او حقا میفهمی چی بودن؟ Yes.
All right. So we have several options today, and I'll walk you through those options. The first option is to meet with a representative of Waverly Lansing LDHA, who is the landlord in the matter.
خب میگه که در اونجا چند دانه انتخاب داری. یکیشی است که خودت با یک نماینده یعنی منطقه که هست با از او دیدن میتونی به خاطر حل شدن این مشکله.
And that's the first option.
انتخاب اول است که تو میتونی در اول انتخاب کنی.
The second option is to make application to Legal Services of South Central Michigan. They are a legal representation agency, and they may be able to represent him in this case.
اوکی. میگه انتخاب دومت که میتونی به خاطر حل شدن از قضیه انتخاب کنی. اینجا به نام یک دفتر است که وکیلا دو کار میکنن. تو میتونی اونجا بری و یک دونه وکیل بگیری برای خودت. اوکی.
They have a financial criteria, so when you met with them, you'd be making financial application. And if you did that, I'd most likely just set it for formal hearing and let that application process work itself out.
و میگه اونا بخش مالیه یا مو بخش پیسه گیری دارن، اما بخش که پیسه میگیرن خودت میتونی امرای از اون میری یکیشون میگیری، باز امرای مالی یا بخش پیسه و چیزاشون هم امرایشون باز گپ میزنی. Okay.
The third option is to represent yourself or seek legal representation.
گزینه سومیش است که خودت از خودت نمایندگی میکنی و خودت مشکل تا میرسونی برسیم.
And if we did that, I'd explain to you the formal hearing process.
و میگه اگه او رو انتخاب میکنی اما پروسه های رسمی رو خودت پیش.
So does Mr. Sarwari have a preference as to how he'd like to proceed?
میگه که خودت میتونی از بین از اینا مثلا انتخاب کنی یکشون که کدومش رو میخوایی که دکتر حالا انتخاب کنی.
خود که اینجا دارم میشه که برام کارم کمک کنی.
He said, I have a case manager. Can I request my case manager to help with me?
You can, but not to, is your case manager here?
No.
Yeah, so I mean, we're kind of down to two options for today's hearing. One is to meet with Mr. Fleeman if he's amenable, or to meet with somebody from Legal Services, Mr. Kozor, who's part of the Legal Services agency. I don't think he should be representing himself at this point or seeking legal representation unless he chooses to. But I think those first two options are probably the first two that he's probably looking at.
Okay, I will interpret. خب میگه چند تا گزینه‌های دیگه که هست به احتمال زیاد خودت اونا رو انجام دادن نمیتونی، ولی هم گزینه اول و دوم رو میتونی انجام بدی. یکی همی که امرای یک کس دمی از ساحتان که هست ملاقات بکنی که مشکل حل کنه دم بخش حقوقی، و یکی هم میتونی که بری دوجا از این بین از اون وکیلا یک کس بگیری. خیلی خودت هم گزینه اول انتخاب کنی.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ali Nasser's agree with the first option.
With the first option, Mr. Fleeman, would you be amenable to meeting with Mr. Sarwari and the interpreter or the person helping him, assisting him today in a breakout room?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Yep.
All right. So, ma'am, I'm going to have yourself and Mr. Sarwari and Mr. Fleeman placed in a breakout room, and then we'll come back and we'll place whatever is decided on the record, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
And then so we're back on the record in docket 23-00747. And Mr. Dua, did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Brandy in a breakout room, or Bandy in a breakout room?
I did, Your Honor. Thank you. We have a little bit of work to do over the ledger, but I think this case may end up falling off your docket. If you could kindly set it for your June formal hearing date, we will work on things
All right.
together in the meantime.
So, Mr. Bandy, I'm going to set this. I'm going to indicate that all parties appeared, and we're going to set for formal hearing on June 12th at 2:30. All right, Mr. Bandy?
All right.
All right. Treat that as a formal hearing date. If everything breaks down, you should come to court with whatever evidence you want the court to consider. It appears that both parties are working to resolve the situation. But I'll see you on June 12th at 2:30. All right, sir? That's a live hearing.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in docket 23000747. And then so I'll see you in a little bit, right? Or are you gonna stick around here?
I'm gonna stick around.
All right.
Because we have some other 845s.
All right. And then just go ahead and let everybody in, because with Mr. Freeman in a breakout room, let's see if we can get some of these 845s done.
Hello?
So, sir, on the cell phone 3782, would you please identify yourself?
3782. Yes,
That's you. Who are you?
I'm heir to Andre Ben Emmanuel Ben Estate, President, presuming no contest.
So Andre Ben, you're here for your 845?
Yes, sir.
All right. Stand by, and I'm gonna play a video for you to listen to. You should get a pen or pencil available to take down any numbers. All right, sir?
Copy.
All right. And then on Demetrius's S21, can you identify yourself, sir?
Demetrius Hallums here.
Okay. And you're also here for your 845, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to play you a video. You might want to get a pen or pencil available to take down any numbers that you may deem important or that are important to you. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Welcome to the 54A District Court. Please listen carefully for information about resources and assistance that may be available to assist you. Please have paper and a pen handy. The 54A District Court has an eviction diversion facilitator on site to provide non-legal assistance, such as connecting you to possible resources. Please contact Ulysses Rosa at 517-483-7608. You have a right to be represented by an attorney. If you do not have an attorney and you are able to afford an attorney, you might locate an attorney through the State Bar of Michigan by calling 1-800-968-0738. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may seek free representation from legal services. You should have received this information with your summons and complaint. We have a representative present from legal services who is available to speak with you at the conclusion of today's hearing. You have a right to a trial by judge or jury. Information about your other rights and the legal process is also available from the Guide to Michigan Legal Help at www.michiganlegalhelp.org. Assistance is also available from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. If you have a caseworker at MDHHS, then you should contact the Eviction Diversion Program line at 517-887-9595. If you do not have a caseworker, the court will provide you with information for a housing specialist or assistance payment worker at the local MDHHS office. Please contact that person immediately. These services are free. You do not need a judgment to receive assistance from MDHHS or Holy Cross Services. The summons and complaint from the court case are sufficient. If you have served in our armed forces, assistance may also be available from the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. Contact 1-800-642-4838 and select option 6. Your landlord-tenant case can be resolved in a number of ways. One way to resolve this case is if you and your landlord reach an agreement. In such case, a conditional dismissal is possible when approved by all parties. The court can provide you with a form for a conditional dismissal. Another resource is the Michigan Community Dispute Resolution Program. If the court determines that your case can be resolved through community dispute resolution, then that resource will be coordinated by the judge. Thank you for your attention. Your case will be called shortly by the judge.
My bad. Sir, you are Demetrius Hallums?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a landlord-tenant pretrial. You've had the opportunity to see or hear the video in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you understand you have several options. I'm going to walk you through those options. The first option is to meet with a representative of DWL Indus Realty. Mr. Du is here, and we could put you in a breakout room so you could talk about some of the legal issues that led to this pretrial. That's your first option. The second option is to meet with an individual from Legal Services of South Central Michigan. Mr. Kozert's here, and that agency could represent you in this matter. You'd have to make financial application to that agency. I'd put you in a breakout room or have you contact information given so that you could make financial application to that. If we did that, I'd most likely set it for a formal hearing and allow that application process to work itself out. That's the second option. The third option is to represent yourself or to seek your own legal representation in the matter. And if you did that, I'd most likely set it for formal hearing and explain to you that formal hearing process. Mr. Hallums, we also have somebody here from Advent House, and they can answer any questions you might have. I'd most likely set it for formal hearing and allow you to talk to them. Mr. Hallums, do you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed today?
I would like to talk to my landlord if that would be the first option.
All right, Mr. Dua, would you be amenable to speaking with Mr. Hallums in a breakout room?
Yes, of course.
All right. All right. Stand by, Mr. Hallums, and once Mr. Dua joins us, we'll place you both in a breakout room, okay?
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. So stand by, and we'll put you in a breakout room in just a second. Then we'll put when you come, whatever decision's made, we'll put it on the record.
Okay.
And ma'am, you are Sherry Henry? Do it in. Henry's not connected. Miss Henry's not connected to audio. We'll give her a second. She's not connected. Miss Henry, you're here for your 9:15?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and play you a video now, and
I'm
you
just
should get a
seeing
better.
my phone.
You already saw it?
Oh, there it is. Okay. I see you now.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to play you a video, so you should get a pen or pencil available to take down any number that might be important to you. And Mr. Bradley, we'll play it again for you, okay? And then I think I can call one of those cases while people are in the breakout room, all right? All right, Miss Henry, I'm going to play that for you in just a minute, all right?
Okay.
Welcome to the 54A District Court. Please listen carefully for information about resources and assistance that may be available to assist you. Please have paper and a pen handy. The 54A District Court has an eviction diversion facilitator on site to provide non-legal assistance, such as connecting you to possible resources. Please contact Ulysses Rosa at 517-483-7608. You have a right to be represented by an attorney. If you do not have an attorney and you are able to afford an attorney, you might locate an attorney through the State Bar of Michigan by calling 1-800-968-0738. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may seek free representation from legal services. You should have received this information with your summons and complaint. We have a representative present from legal services who is available to speak with you at the conclusion of today's hearing. You have a right to a trial by judge or jury. Information about your other rights and the legal process is also available from the Guide to Michigan Legal Help at www.michiganlegalhelp.org. Assistance is also available from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. If you have a caseworker at MDHHS, then you should contact the Eviction Diversion Program line at 517-887-9595. If you do not have a caseworker, the court will provide you with information for a housing specialist or assistance payment worker at the local MDHHS office. Please contact that person immediately. These services are free. You do not need a judgment to receive assistance from MDHHS or Holy Cross Services. The summons and complaint from the court case are sufficient. If you have served in our armed forces, Assistance may also be available from the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. Contact 1-800-642-4838 and select option 6. Your landlord-tenant case can be resolved in a number of ways. One way to resolve this case is if you and your landlord reach an agreement. In such case, a conditional dismissal is possible when approved by all parties. The court can provide you with a form for a conditional dismissal. Another resource is the Michigan Community Dispute Resolution Program. If the court determines that your case can be resolved through community dispute resolution, then that resource will be coordinated by the judge. Thank you for your attention. Your case will be called shortly by the judge.
We're back on the record in docket 23-00746. That is DWLS Indus Realty versus Demetrius Hallums. Mr. Dua, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Hallums in a breakout room?
I did. Mr. Hallums explained to me some of the challenges that he's had going on, but he also told me that he did speak with plaintiff's agent and they will likely come to terms on a payment plan here shortly. If we could set it for formal hearing, hopefully we'll have a conditional dismissal to you prior to that date.
All right. Is that so? So I'm going to set it for that same June date that you've already got.
That would be great.
Will that work? Yeah.
Please.
All right. So all parties appeared and met in a breakout room. And we'll set it for formal hearing on June 12th at 3 o'clock. And that'll be live unless I hear from the parties.
Thank you, Aaron.
So, Mr. Hallums, you have that date, June 12th at 3 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
All right. Regardless of what happens, give that date priority. That's a live hearing. It's set for live hearing. My understanding is that this case is in resolution or talks. But if everything falls apart, make sure you're here on that date. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-00746. Mr. Dua?
Nothing, sir.
Mr. Hallums, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Let's go back and put, I believe, Mr. Fleeman. All right, so we're back on the record in docket 23-00756. And Mr. Fleeman, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Sarwari in a breakout room?
Your Honor, we did have an opportunity to speak, and it sounds like he made a $300 payment yesterday that I don't have on my ledger yet, but also he is working with Refugee Services. That is the case manager he referenced before. Sounds like he just simply got behind on rent. I've advised him to coordinate with that case manager to maybe seek other resources like DHS, or I don't know what other resources are available in your county, but I'm pretty certain Refugee Services would know that. I did find out from Dirk Shen, the woman who's helping him, that Dari or Persian is the language that he needs an interpreter for.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to set it for formal hearing at this time, and allow some of this to work itself out. I'm going to ask for a Persian interpreter if we have the formal hearing. And I'll set the formal hearing for June 12th at 3 o'clock.
That'll work. Thank you.
Persian interpreter is needed if we get to that. So, ma'am, did you want to communicate that to Mr. Sarwari? You'll have to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Yeah.
There you go. So did you want to communicate that? We're going to set it for formal hearing on June 12th at 3 o'clock. That'll be a trial date. And we will have a Persian interpreter that we're going to order for just to swear in case we need to take testimony, okay?
Okay, that's fine. I will tell them.
All right. And go ahead.
Excuse me. This is in person?
Yes, it is live.
Okay. میگه که در 12 جون ساعت 3 بجه چی داری؟ ترایل داری یا معرفی داری که باید بری در کورت ساعت 3 بجه همونجا باید بری اونجا گفت میکنی نزدیک. Where is the address? He asked where is the address?
It's where he gets in the mail. Yeah, he'll get a notice in the mail. Oh. It's the City Hall building 6th floor, but he will get a notice in the mail.
Okay. خب میگم ما باید یک میل روان میکنیم که کل چیزا در اون میل هست دم نامه
12 کدام
جون خب با ورق برد میه بعد ورق میتونی Okay, he said that's fine, thank you.
All right. We also have somebody here from Admin House. Mr. Sarwari want to meet with somebody from Admin House in regards to the case.
میگه که ما یک نفر از چی داریم یک اداره داریم که اونا میتونه درباره از تو قضایا با شما کمک بکنه. میخوایی که براشون ببینید امروز؟ Yeah, he's agree and say I will see that.
All right, Miss Alvarado, would you be amenable to speaking with Mr. Sarwari and the person assisting Mr. Sarwari in a breakout room?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to have Mr. Sarwari and Miss Alvarado placed in a breakout room. I'll see everybody on June 12th. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And then we're on the record in docket. All right, so Ms. Dahir, you can come up with your. So we're on the record in docket 23-00757. That is Waverly Lansing versus Ali Dahir.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Tyrone Fleeman on behalf of the plaintiff.
And you are Ali Dahir? Yes. All right. And ma'am, your name for the record?
Oh, Ratha.
Ratha Dahir.
Yeah,
okay.
Ratha Mayu.
What's your last name?
Almayu.
And how do you spell that?
ALMAYOO.
Okay, and you're assisting Mr. Dahir today, is that correct? All right. Are you so did you want to translate like the last person, or are you just making sure the communication is valid?
Both is fine.
Okay, all right. So this yes.
So the interpreter on the case to join the breakout
Oh,
room.
Miss Sarwi, you'll have to go back to the breakout. You'll have to go to room. Oh, she's already gone. Oh, there she is. So Miss Alvarado, you'll go back to room 3, and Miss Sarwi, you'll join room 3 in order to get there. It should say join rooms. There we go. And then Miss Alvarado, you should join. All right, you're both there. Perfect. So we're on the record in docket 23-00754. And did Mr. Dahir have the opportunity to see the video? Okay. And I'm going to walk you out. So you know you have several options today. You've probably heard that video a couple of times, and so you know your options. But the first option is to meet with the legal representative of Waverly Lansing. Mr. Fleeman's here. We'd most likely put you on an iPad and let you to meet if you wanted to go to a breakout room and meet with him. That's the first option. So the landlord-tenant pretrial, and see if we can resolve this before we set it for an actual hearing, okay? The second option is to meet with somebody from Legal Services. Adam Kozart's here from Legal Services of South Central Michigan, and that agency could represent you. They just have a financial condition, and you have to meet with them and make application. If we did that, I'd most likely set it for formal hearing and let that application process work itself out. The third option is to represent yourself or to seek your own legal representation. And if we did that, I did just explain to you the formal hearing process. Do you, you've probably heard that before. So do you know how Mr. Dahir would like to proceed today? Okay.
About like why he do like that. Like, we have everything correct and better and
Then
everything.
you probably should meet with Mr. Fleeman then, because Mr. Fleeman represents the landlord, and if you tell him all that, then you guys can kind of start working this out, okay? Mr. Fleeman, would you be amenable to meeting with Mr. Dahir and he's got somebody assisting him in court. Would you be amenable to meeting with them in a breakout room?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, so let's put Mr. Dahir and the person assisting him on an iPad, and once you join, so my court officer will do that, and then once you join and talk to him, we'll come back here and put it on the record. Okay. All right. Mr. Dewar, are you ready on your case with Mr. Ben?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is 756. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00748, Benchmark Properties versus Andre Ben. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sam Dewar here on behalf of plaintiff.
And you are Andre Ben, sir?
I'm Ed Andre Ben, yes.
All right. This is the time set for a landlord-tenant free trial. Mr. Ben, you had the opportunity to hear the video that was played?
Not clearly. I don't know. It's a little choppy.
Did you want me to play it again?
Sure, yes, thank you.
All right. So let's put that case aside and let's call your next case, Mr. Well, that's the only one I've got right now.
I've got a.
Oh, you've got
845 we didn't address.
Is that
New traditions.
New traditions. Let's go ahead and call that. And then let's call Miss Sherry also. You've got Sherry Henry also.
That is actually, I just found out that's a dismissal here.
All right. All right. So Miss Henry?
Yes.
On your case, and let me write that in. 751.
I'll follow up with that.
All right.
Dismissal.
So Miss Henry, you should be all set today. I've just been informed that your case is dismissed, and they're going to follow that up with a dismissal.
Okay, can I say something?
Sure.
Okay, because this didn't have anything to do with me. This was between them and my Section 8. And they didn't get their payment because they didn't send the hat contract in my lease to the people, so they stopped the payment. So I should have never had to go to court. Now, are they going to charge me for this court hearing?
I don't know. All I know is your case is dismissed today.
Okay.
All right. All right. So the case is dismissed and orders to follow the file. So you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
So let's get rid of that. Let's go ahead and play well, let's see, who else do we have here? I don't think we have anybody else here, do we?
Your Honor, do you mind if I then step over to Judge Buchanan's?
Absolutely.
I just have one over there.
She's got a jury trial going on.
Right, my defendant's here. So
okay, all right.
Maybe I can resolve it quickly.
All right.
Hopefully. Thank you.
We know where to find you.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Ben, I'm going to replay the video. Make sure you take any notes, and then we'll call your case once your attorney gets back. All right.
Referee, I'm only asking that the offense without prejudice.
Mr. Ben, you don't want to tell me anything. Mr. Ben, you don't want to tell me anything about the facts of your case. Just listen to the video and take down any numbers that you might deem necessary, okay? I'm going to play
There's
for
no
you and another
facts to the
tenant.
case. There's no
All
facts
right,
to the
so-
case, and there's no facts to the case in this paragraph.
Mr. Ben, just listen to the video and then we'll call your case.
Welcome to the 54A District Court. Please listen carefully for information about resources and assistance that may be available to assist you. Please have paper and a pen handy. The 54A District Court has an eviction diversion facilitator on site to provide non-legal assistance, such as connecting you to possible resources. Please contact Ulysses Rosa at 517-483-7608. You have a right to be represented by an attorney. If you do not have an attorney and you are able to afford an attorney, you might locate an attorney through the State Bar of Michigan by calling 1-800-968-0738. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may seek free representation from legal services. You should have received this information with your summons and complaint. We have a representative present from legal services who is available to speak with you at the conclusion of today's hearing. You have a right to a trial by judge or jury. Information about your other rights and the legal process is also available from the Guide to Michigan Legal Help at www.michiganlegalhelp.org. Assistance is also available from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. If you have a caseworker at MDHHS, then you should contact the Eviction Diversion Program line at 517-887-9595. If you do not have a caseworker, the court will provide you with information for a housing specialist or assistance payment worker at the local MDHHS office. Please contact that person immediately. These services are free. You do not need a judgment to receive assistance from MDHHS or Holy Cross Services. The summons and complaint from the court case are sufficient. If you have served in our armed forces, assistance may also be available from the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. Contact 1-800-642-4838 and select option 6. Your landlord-tenant case can be resolved in a number of ways. One way to resolve this case is if you and your landlord reach an agreement. In such case, a conditional dismissal is possible when approved by all parties. The court can provide you with a form for a conditional dismissal. Another resource is the Michigan Community Dispute Resolution Program. If the court determines that your case can be resolved through community dispute resolution, then that resource will be coordinated by the judge. Thank you for your attention. Your case will be called shortly by the judge.
Mr. Whitty, both our lawyers are in breakout rooms, but we do have Mr. Bradley here, if you're ready to go on that case. That's your first one of the day at 9:15.
Sure.
All right. Let's go ahead and come up here, Mr. Bradley. You're Tyler Bradley, is that correct? Okay. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00772. That's LG Park Place versus Tyler Bradley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
And sir, you are Tyler Bradley, is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bradley, you've probably seen the video a couple times now, okay?
Yes.
All right. So you know that there's some options. You probably heard me say this. I'm going to walk you through those options. All right. Your first option is to meet with Mr. Whitty, who's a legal representative of LG Park Place LLC. It's landlord tenant pretrial. They filed a complaint, and you could talk to some of the issues that led to the filing of the complaint. See if there's a resolution here. That's the first option. The second option is to meet with Legal Services of South Central Michigan. Mr. Kozert's here, and you could meet with him in order to see if that agency would represent you. If you did that, I'd most likely set it for formal hearing, and then you've got to make financial application to that agency to see if they can represent you in this matter. Okay, it's your second option. The third option is to represent yourself or to seek your own legal representation in the matter. And if you did that, I'd set it for formal hearing, and then I'd explain to you the formal hearing process, which is really nothing more than a bench trial, okay? And just a bench trial in front of me, okay? Mr. Bradley, do you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed today?
I think I'll go with the third option.
Okay, so you just want to set it for formal hearing?
Yeah, actually, I want to get my own attorney.
You want to get your own lawyer? All right. So I'm going to set this for formal hearing. You can always talk to Mr. Whitty. You understand that, the landlord. You can always talk to somebody from Legal Services, okay? Legal Services, South Central Michigan. Their number's on the internet. You can always get their number. We have also a person here from Advent House, and their number is also available. They're in a breakout room also, I think, but not anymore. All right. But I'm gonna indicate that all parties appeared. I'm going to go ahead. If you have any questions, I'm going to go ahead and give you Mr. Rosa's number, who was on that video. He's our diversion facilitator for the city of Lansing. And so if you have any questions, you should call him. All right. All right. So I'm going to make sure you have that number. I'm going to indicate all parties have appeared, and I'm going to set it for the next formal hearing date. Which is June 14th. At 2:45. If you do retain your own counsel, make sure that your counsel knows that Mr. Whitty's involved on it. You might want to write it on the back of the card. So it's Norman Whitty, W-I-T-T-E. Mr. Whitty, you got that June 14th date?
I did. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So you should be all set. You're all set today. June 14th is the date of trial, okay? All right. So we're on off the record docket 2300772. You're all set, Mr. Bradley. All right, with the individual on the cell phone ending in 5453, please identify themselves. Individual on the cell phone ending 5453, please identify themselves.
My name is Julia Thompson.
Julia Thompson, and you're here for your 915?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
All right, no, you're all right. I'm going to play you a video in just a bit, so stand by. You might want to get a pen or a pencil available to take down any numbers, okay?
Can you hang on 1 second? I was just running from the bathroom. I'm so sorry.
You take your time, okay? Would the person on the cell phone ending in 9359 please identify yourself?
I'm here, Your Honor.
And what's your name?
Stephen Douglas Jones.
All right. Stephen Jones, you're set for your 945?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. I am going to play yourself and Ms. Thompson a video. You might want to get pen or pencil available to take down any numbers, and then we'll start calling cases as lawyers become available, all right?
Okay.
All right.
Got another Phil down there that I don't know who it is.
Ben, Julia Thompson. See what you're saying. Would the Samsung please identify yourself? On the Samsung, you just came on. This phone number ends in a 2457. Ma'am, can you identify yourself? There's a man behind you. You've just scratched your head. Are they on? Can you hear me? Ma'am, you are in the brown shirt. You're looking down right now. You need to look at you've got a gentleman behind you in a white t-shirt who's leaving now. I don't think they can they hear me?
Should be able to.
Oh, ma'am. Yeah, what is your name? What is your name, ma'am? What is your name? Yes.
Speak English.
Does anybody there speak English?
No, she don't speak English. Can I have somebody
right.
speak to her?
What are you there to assist her today, sir?
I'm don't understand because I don't speak English. Can I have somebody speak Creole, please?
Well, okay. What we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to reset this pre-trial and get an interpreter. I need to know the language of Creole. Okay. I don't even know what file is that.
Your Honor, this is Kristen from LG Park Place. She's a resident here. It's our you mean Millen?
Yes. Right. I think we're gonna have to reset this and get a Creole interpreter. Because I don't know how to communicate some of the legal issues here with Miss Millen. Mr. Whitty, you're here on this case?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. And ma'am, you're from LG Park Place. You're the property manager?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and call this to the record. And we're obviously having some communication issues, but we're gonna set it for a new date. Something we can fit in that's not too far along the line. Not a formal hearing date, maybe a default hearing date. So we're on the record in docket 23-00774. And Mr. Whitty, you're here. Go ahead and appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
And ma'am, you are Armani Millen, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And ma'am, it's come to my attention that you're really in need of a Creole interpreter in order to assist you through this pretrial service, pretrial landlord-tenant pretrial. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. All right. So a Creole interpreter is needed. We're going to reset this for May 15th at 10 a.m. May 15th at 10 a.m. That has to be a live hearing if we're going to have an interpreter here. All right. So Ms. Millen, you have to be on the 6th floor of City Hall live at 10 o'clock on May 15th. And we'll have a Creole interpreter here.
Okay. I'm sorry. Your Honor, do you also want me there in person?
No, Mr. Whitty, I really don't need, but it's easier for the interpreter if they are here. You can be here by Zoom if you choose.
Thanks, Your
Oh, you know, Mr. Whitty, it'd probably be easier if you're here in person because in order to get for the translator to be here, it may be easier. I'll kind of leave that up to you, but it would be easier just if everybody's here.
I marked my notes as in person.
All right. So Ms. Millen, we're going to reset this pretrial for live at May 15th at 10 a.m. All right. And come to the 6th floor of City Hall, and we'll have a Creole interpreter, and then we'll do this pretrial. All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom, ma'am. Mr. Whitty, thank you for that. Thank you for being amenable to that.
No problem.
Okay.
All right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play the video for those who are here. That's Miss Thompson.
Yes.
Mr.
Your Honor.
Jones.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so I'll go ahead and play. And Mr. Ben, this is the second time you've seen it, but our third time. I'm going to go ahead and play. I'm going to go ahead and play the video, and then when the attorneys come back, we'll out of the breakout rooms, we'll get started.
Welcome to the 54A District Court. Please listen carefully for information about resources and assistance that may be available to assist you. Please have paper and a pen handy. The 54A District Court has an eviction diversion facilitator on site to provide non-legal assistance, such as connecting you to possible resources. Please contact Ulysses Rosa at 517-483-7608. You have a right to be represented by an attorney. If you do not have an attorney and you are able to afford an attorney, you might locate an attorney through the State Bar of Michigan by calling 1-800-968-0738. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may seek free representation from legal services. You should have received this information with your summons and complaint. We have a representative present from legal services who is available to speak with you at the conclusion of today's hearing. You have a right to a trial by judge or jury. Information about your other rights and the legal process is also available from the Guide to Michigan Legal Help at www.michiganlegalhelp.org. Assistance is also available from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. If you have a caseworker at MDHHS, then you should contact the Eviction Diversion Program line at 517-887-9595. If you do not have a caseworker, the court will provide you with information for a housing specialist or assistance payment worker at the local MDHHS office. Please contact that person immediately. These services are free. You do not need a judgment to receive assistance from MDHHS or Holy Cross Services. The summons and complaint from the court case are sufficient. If you have served in our armed forces, assistance may also be available from the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. Contact 1-800-642-4838 and select option 6. Your landlord-tenant case can be resolved in a number of ways. One way to resolve this case is if you and your landlord reach an agreement. In such case, a conditional dismissal is possible when approved by all parties. The court can provide you with a form for a conditional dismissal. Another resource is the Michigan Community Dispute Resolution Program. If the court determines that your case can be resolved through community dispute resolution, then that resource will be coordinated by the judge. Thank you for your attention. Your case will be called shortly by the judge.
There. Yeah. So we're back on the record, docket 23-00757. That's Waverly Lansing versus Ali Dahir. Mr. Fleeman, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Dahir and his representative or his person assisting him in a breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor, we did get an opportunity to speak. I have a little better understanding of what's going on, but I must confess I do not completely understand what happened in this process. So I'm going to have the court schedule it for a formal hearing, and I believe they will need a translator. But Bratha, is the language you're translating Persian, or is it a different language?
What would be the language that would best communicate for a hearing purpose?
Arabic.
Arabic? Okay. Is it a dialect of Arabic? Is there a certain dialect that is a preference, or just Arabic in general?
Just Arabic in general.
Okay. I'm going to indicate that all parties met in the breakout room. There was some discussions. A translator is needed. An Arabic translator is needed.
Iraq.
Okay. And we'll set this, what we're going to do is set it for formal hearing. Mr. Fleeman, that'll be a live hearing, and because the translator will be here.
Yep.
I'll set it for June 14th at 2:45.
Your Honor, any chance for June 12, or have you already filled up June 12? Just because
I've already filled up June 12th. I have 4 slots there, so I got to take June 14th.
And I'm sorry, at what time did you say? 3?
At 2:45.
2:45.
Yep. And I think you're the last one to take that June 14th slot. So
I should have grabbed the 12 when I was in there earlier. I should have grabbed.
Yeah, I mean, they're going fast. So June 14th at 2:45. Bring any evidence you want me to consider. All right. If you're just looking to get more rental assistance or anything about that nature, you have till June 14th. Okay. We have somebody here from Advent House. We also have our Lansing facilitator, who's Mr. Rosa. You may want his card, his number's on the card. His number was a part of the video, but we'll give you his card and you can call him if you have any questions. All right. All right. Anything else for the record, Mr. Fleeman, on docket 23-005-00757?
Your Honor, nothing further for the record on this, but I do want to comment on, I like the use of the iPad. We have a bench bar group here in Kalamazoo, and we've been talking about how to deal with the circumstance that we have where one party is on Zoom, but the other is live. And I think the iPad was a great call. How is that working out for you?
It's working really well for us, but there are times that it goes down, or once in a while we have to borrow from another judge, and then our system gets a little bit, it doesn't work as well, but so far it's really good. It's worked really good.
I will bring that idea to our bench bar meeting. I think that's that's something to do. Thank you.
All right, so that's all for the record in 23-00757. Ma'am, you're free to leave. All right, we'll see you on that date in June. Okay, sir. All right, and then let's call your other case of.
Did I have another one?
I've got 23-00754. That's Samar Al-Jariz and Isam Al-Jariz. It looks like a failed to appear.
And Your Honor, I think I'm canceling on that. My calendar looks as if I have a dismissal on its way to court for that one.
All right.
That's what I am pretty sure that's the case. So if you want to just pass it over, or
right, we'll pass it over, and you can let us know. You can let us know what we're going. You appeared. The defendant didn't appear, so I was going to treat it as a default. But if it's a dismissal, just let us know.
Okay, and like I said, I think we already have it on its way to the court because it's crossed off on my calendar. So, so I think we're good for today then. And if I'm wrong, I will call the clerk and let them know to reschedule it or whatever. But I think we've got a dismissal on the way. I don't have a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Fleeman. I think you're all set.
You have a good day now.
You too. Take care.
Thanks.
And Mr. Jewell. We can do Mr. Joe. Mr. Jewell, I was just going to call. So let's go with 749 because I think that's a default. So we're on the record in docket 23-00749. That's New Traditions Lansing versus J.C. Lowler and Galen Burris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Sam Dua here on behalf of plaintiff.
This is the time set for 8:45 landlord-tenant pretrial. It is now 10:01. And it would appear, I don't see a Lacey Jular or a Galen Burris in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see anybody in the physical courtroom. It would appear that they have failed to appear for pretrial. I have service by attachment, Mr. Dua. How would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could set it for a second pretrial as soon as possible, that would be great.
Right. I'm going to set it for second hearing on May 15th. At 10 a.m. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00749, Mr. Dua?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we're all set on that file. And then we have Mr. Ben's file. And so we're on the record in docket 23-00748. That's Benchmark Properties versus Andre Ben. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Once again, Sam Dua here on behalf of plaintiff.
And sir, you are Andre Ben, is that correct?
I'm at Andre Ben estate.
All right. And this is the time set for, you have the opportunity to hear the video once again, Mr. Ben?
I heard the video.
All right. This is the time set for landlord-tenant pretrial. Mr. Ben, you have several options today. You've started talking a little bit about your case, but just so you know your options, the first option is to meet with a legal representative of Benchmark Properties. That's the landlord in the matter. You've indicated that there may be some payments already made. I'm not sure, but that's your first option. And Mr. Dua is here. If he's amenable, he could meet with you on the case. The second option is to meet with a legal representative of Legal Services of South Central Michigan to see if they could assist you legally in this case. They're here to make application. You could make application with that agency. That's the second option. They would represent you legally if you fit their financial criteria. The third option is to represent yourself or to seek your own legal representation. And if you did that, I just set it for formal hearing and explained to you that process. Mr. Ben, do you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed? Say it again.
Administrator, as of 5/3/23, I asked the office to amend my estate as a redundancy
Mr. Ben,
of this order, presuming no contest.
Mr. Ben, would you like option 1, option 2, or option 3? Mr. Ben, would you like option 1, option 2, or option 3?
I was not clear, sir.
Okay. So option 1 is to meet with the landlord, a legal representative. Option 2 is to meet with legal services. And option 3 is I'll explain to you the formal hearing process. Which option would you prefer?
Administrator. I presume no contest, administrator.
So did you want to meet with the legal representative or legal services?
Continuing the record, I presume no contest.
I don't know what that means. I presume no contest. You're not pleading to anything today. There's no pleading. So do you want to meet with Mr. Dua? Sounds like you want to meet with legal services.
Continuing the record.
Mr. Kozer, do you have somebody who could meet with Mr. Ben from your agency?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe
Administrator, I asked as of 5/3/23 to amend charges to my estate as a redundancy of this order.
Yeah, Mr. Ben.
B,
Mr. Ben,
I presume no contest. There's nothing else I can say.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I think you should probably explain this to legal services. And if that doesn't work, we'll just set it for formal hearing. All right. So I'm going to give you a formal hearing date. So I'm going to indicate that all parties appeared. And we're going to set this for formal hearing, which is a bench trial. And we're going to set it for June 21st is my next available date at 2:30. Mr. Ben, do you have that date, June 21st at 2:30? And that is a live hearing. That's in person live, okay?
June 21st, 2:30.
2:30. That's a live hearing to bring in evidence. In the meantime, I'm going to have you meet I'm going to place you in a breakout room with somebody from legal services.
I'm administrator. I'm completely confused as to what's going on.
Right. That's why I think you should meet with legal services, Mr. Ben. That's why I think you should meet with legal services.
I need to meet with somebody before I get off the phone so I can understand what just happened.
Right. Right. Well, we're setting it for a trial date, but you should meet with somebody from legal services who has the possibility.
I don't want to go to trial. I just said I don't want to go to trial. I presume no contest. You told me that you didn't understand what I meant.
I don't. Well, that's because there is no contest plea without a formal hearing. So we've got
on the record. On the record, I presume to say what I said on the record. It's on the record, so we could run it back.
You've made your record. That's great. Now, Mr. Kozort, would you like to assign somebody to meet with Mr. Ben?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Ronca is back.
All right. So you have that date, Mr. Dew, of June 21st at 2:30?
I do. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to have Mr. Ben and Mr. Ronca placed in a breakout room, and then the formal hearing's been set on June 21st. So, Mr. Ben, once you're done meeting with legal services, you can leave. All right, sir?
Copy.
All right. So,
hello.
All right, so what, there you go.
Hello? 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 Hello?
All right. All right, Mr. Jones, I think, I've got a couple cases to call and then we'll start your cases. All right, is it Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, stand by and I'm going to call a couple cases in front of you.
Then I've got Smith.
I think Smith's the default. But so we're on the record in docket 2300750. That's DWL Indus Realty versus Julia Thompson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Honor. Sam Dua here on behalf of the plaintiff.
And ma'am, you are Julia Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And is Robert Kinney with you?
No, Your Honor.
D1. Okay, so D1 is present. D2 is not. All right, you had the opportunity to hear the video that was played, Ms. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you understand you have several options. I'll walk you through those options. Your first option is to meet with a representative of DWL Indus Realty. That's Mr. Duas here, and he could meet with you in order to see if you could resolve any of these legal issues that led to the filing of the complaint. That's your first option. The second option is to meet with a representative from Legal Services of South Central Michigan. Mr. Kozert's here, and he could put you in a breakout room with a representative from Legal Services. It's a legal agency that may be able to represent you, but you'd have to make a financial application in order for them to represent you. That's the second option. The third option is to represent yourself or seek your own legal representation and go to formal hearing. And I would explain to you that formal hearing bench trial process. Ms. Thompson, do you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed today?
Your Honor, is that third option asking for an adjournment?
It is. Well, it's not. What we do is we give you an actual trial date. But
okay.
It's set out a little bit, so you've got some time.
Okay, I would be asking for that. Well, may I speak, Your Honor?
Sure, but just don't tell me anything about the facts of your case. I'm just really
No.
regards to the process. If you want to talk about the facts of the case, you probably should talk to Mr. Dua. If you're looking for legal. All right. So, Ms. Thompson, what is your? Go ahead.
I was in the middle of sending you something, but my internet went down. It was something for my case. It was something for you to read, and my internet went down.
All right.
So
I can't take any evidence today, and you're here. So that my only concern is whether you appeared today and you're here today. So you have those options. You have to meet with Mr. Dua, to meet with legal services, or for me to set it for formal hearing and explain to you what that means.
Okay, I will ask for option 3, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to indicate that the defendant 1 and defendant 1 was tenant 1 was present. Tenant 2 was not present. I will set it for formal hearing.
So, Your Honor, may I say that I did contact MSU Legal Clinic, and they are out for summer. And I did contact Legal Aid, and they have not contacted me back as of yet.
Have you contacted Legal Services of South Central Michigan in order to represent you in the case?
I am in the middle of trying to contact them right now.
They're right here right now. So I could actually put you in a breakout room with them.
I would like to try to contact them online if possible.
All right. So I'm going to set this for formal hearing on June 21st at 2:30. Mr. Kozort, do you have an individual who could meet with Ms. Thompson concerning representation?
Yes, Your Honor. I have Courtney Hibbelin in the courtroom.
All right. Ms. Thompson, what I've done is I've set it for formal hearing on June 21st at 2:30. Regardless of what happens, you should treat that as a bench trial date. You should be live in person. And you should bring in any evidence you want the court to consider. In the meantime, so that's at June 21st date, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Courtney Hibbelin from Legal Services of South Central Michigan, and you can make application to that agency for representation. All right, Ms. Thompson?
Okay, you'll be putting me with whom, Your Honor?
Yeah, you will do it right now on Zoom. I'm just going to put you in a room, in your own room for privacy purposes, so that you can talk to Ms. Hibbelin. I think I'm pronouncing your right name correctly. Ms. Hibbelin. All right, ma'am?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you're welcome. So I will have Julia Thompson and Courtney Hibbelin placed in a breakout room. When did I set that for? We're on the record in docket 23-00754. Is that 54? No, I got the wrong one. It's 52. So we're on the record in docket 23-00752. That's S&S Acquisitions Group versus Joseph Smith and Joyce Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you. I'm Sam Dua here on behalf of the plaintiff.
This is the time set for a landlord-tenant pretrial at 9:15. It is now 10:18. It would appear that the tenant 1 and tenant 2 have failed to appear. I do have service by attachment today. Check the Zoom courtroom for Joseph Smith or Joyce Smith, and they're not in the Zoom courtroom. They're not in the actual courtroom. How would you like to proceed? We can give you the soonest second hearing date that we have.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I could just be heard for 1 minute
Sure.
on this file. I understand that the court's docket is quite full. However, this is an action that stems off of a possession after mortgage foreclosure, and there's a sheriff's deed involved. The property is, according to plaintiff, seems to be abandoned a long time ago. The purpose of this action is to clear the title and adjust the redemption period accordingly. Of course, they tried to start this back in December, but with the court's docket, this is where we're at. So if there's any consideration that can be made, knowing that there's a 99% chance of failure to appear in the next
Right.
case, I would greatly appreciate it.
Our next default date is May 15th, but let's see if we can, how about got to give enough notice.
May 15th is fine. May 15th. Yes,
fine?
that works very
Let's
well.
do that.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's do May 15th. We'll just use a default date of May 15th at 10:15.
Are you okay with that one on Zoom, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, this I don't
I may
think
have
this
to
is
be
going to
there
be
anyway.
contested.
I don't know.
All right, so anything else for the record, docket 23-00752, Mr. Dua?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, and so then let's go ahead and do, this is a Judge Simmons case.
Buchanan.
Judge Buchanan's case was set for second hearing today. First hearing was on March 8th, 2023. This is the second hearing on May 3rd. And this is docket 23-00274. Appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sam Dua here on behalf of plaintiff.
And ma'am, you are Eva Esquivel?
Eva Esquivel.
Eva Esquivel. All right. I'm going to indicate that I'm handling that Buchanan is in jury trial. Jury trial. And Mr. Dua, this looks like the second hearing for the case. How are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I believe you have in front of you a proposed conditional dismissal with the terms stated on it, as well as a consent advice of rights form. Both of those documents, Your Honor, are signed by both parties.
All right. So Ms. Esquivel's on this, on the advice of rights. I have a conditional dismissal as indicated. And ma'am, you've signed this, so you understand all the information on this. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I have a payment plan, a conditional dismissal, and payment and partial payment is not accepted. You understand under MCR 4.201 that there is a grace period concerning this?
Okay, take it back to, there's not a payment plan?
There is a payment plan.
There is.
There
yes.
is.
Okay.
Yeah. There is a. I can read it for the record if you'd like.
No.
Okay. It's $500 every 2 weeks, starting on May 19th.
Correct.
Okay. And so that's the form. You sign that form?
Correct.
All right. And you understand you have some grace period. I think it's 3 days if you're unrepresented, 10 days otherwise. I can't remember exactly, but you understand that that is a part of this. If this conditional dismissal does not meet with your approval, it sounds like it does because you signed it.
I did.
Okay. I'll indicate that the MCR 4.201 was explained. I'll sign the document.
Thank you, sir.
5/2/20. Today, the second or the third? Today is the third. All right. I'll indicate for the record that I've signed the dismissal. And you can get a copy from my court officer, Mr. Dua.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't think you want to see if Judge Buchanan will make you a copy today. All right, but you should be all set on 23-00274.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of.
We can get you a copy too. All right. We'll get a copy for Mr. Dua and yourself. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day, Mr. Flores.
You too.
Oh, great. Perfect. Thank you.
You met with Ms. Thompson or Legal Services met with Ms. Thompson? I think Legal
Services, yes.
Right, and we didn't. I'm just catching up right now.
I have to go back and do the same. All of my emails to all the clients, tell them what happened.
All right, thank you. Are you all set? I'll see you this afternoon, I think. Okay.
Yes.
Good luck to you.
Yes, he's coming right out in just a minute.
776.
When I wait for him in the hallway, he comes out this door. When I wait here, he comes out.
That normally works that way.
That's why I don't play the louder.
Right.
Mr. Whitty, are you ready on Mr. Jones's case?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00776. That's LG Park Place versus Teven Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman
Yes,
Whitty
Your
appearing
Honor.
on behalf of the plaintiff.
And sir, you are Teven Jones?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Jones, you had the opportunity to hear the video in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you'll know you have several options in this matter, and I'll walk you through those options. The first option is to meet with a legal representative at LG Park Place. That's Mr. Whitty, and he would be amenable. If he's amenable, you could talk to any issues that led to the filing of this complaint. That's your first option. I would place you in a breakout room and let you speak with him. The second option is to meet with a representative. You've heard this before. You prefer that option, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Sorry,
Okay.
sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Whitty, would you be amenable to meeting with Mr. Jones in a breakout room?
Certainly, if we could also have my client brought in, that would be appreciated.
All right, and that would be LG Park Place Management, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll have LG Park Place, Mr. Whitty, and Teven Jones placed in a breakout room.
And Judge Andre then refused to answer any questions, so they didn't do an intake with him.
All right, no.
And he left, so. Done.
All right, ma'am, on the Galaxy, would you please identify yourself?
Erica Kelly.
Erica Kelly. So you're here for your 1045, ma'am?
No, I think it's for my rent.
No, but for at 1045 time, you're in a 1045 time slot, LG Park Place versus Erica Kelly?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to play you a video here in a few minutes. I'll see if anybody else shows up, and then we'll call your case when Mr. Whitty, who represents LG Park Place, is out of a breakout room, okay?
Okay.
You might want to get a pen or pencil available to write down any numbers that are important, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
Welcome to the 54A District Court. Please listen carefully for information about resources and assistance that may be available to assist you. Please have paper and a pen handy. The 54A District Court has an eviction diversion facilitator on site to provide non-legal assistance, such as connecting you to possible resources. Please contact Ulysses Rosa at 517-483-7608. You have a right to be represented by an attorney. If you do not have an attorney and you are able to afford an attorney, you might locate an attorney through the State Bar of Michigan by calling 1-800-968-0738. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may seek free representation from legal services. You should have received this information with your summons and complaint. We have a representative present from legal services who is available to speak with you at the conclusion of today's hearing. You have a right to a trial by judge or jury. Information about your other rights and the legal process is also available from the Guide to Michigan Legal Help at www.michiganlegalhelp.org. Assistance is also available from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. If you have a caseworker at MDHHS, then you should contact the Eviction Diversion Program line at 517-887-9595. If you do not have a caseworker, the court will provide you with information for a housing specialist or assistance payment worker at the local MDHHS office. Please contact that person immediately. These services are free. You do not need a judgment to receive assistance from MDHHS or Holy Cross Services. The summons and complaint from the court case are sufficient. If you have served in our armed forces, assistance may also be available from the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. Contact 1-800-642-4838 and select option 6. Your landlord-tenant case can be resolved in a number of ways. One way to resolve this case is if you and your landlord reach an agreement. In such case, a conditional dismissal is possible when approved by all parties. The court can provide you with a form for a conditional dismissal. Another resource is the Michigan Community Dispute Resolution Program. If the court determines that your case can be resolved through community dispute resolution, then that resource will be coordinated by the judge. Thank you for your attention. Your case will be called shortly by the judge.
All right, so we're back on the record in docket 23-00776. That's LG Park Place versus Teven Jones. Mr. Whitty, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Jones in a breakout room?
I did, Your Honor. It sounds to me like, I think we're in agreement on the numbers, and I think he's going to be able to get it caught up within the next week, but there seemed to be some question as to whether we agreed on the ledger. So basically to leave his options open, what we'd like to do is set this for an in-person trial. That'll give him some time to get caught up. He has the numbers, and if he gets caught up, my client will let me know, and I'll just dismiss the case.
Okay, so all parties were present for pretrial and met in a breakout room. And I will set it for June 21st at 2:30 for formal hearing. Mr. Jones, you have that date, June 21st at 2:30?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So treat that'll be a live hearing unless I hear differently from the parties. And bring in any evidence for that June 21st date you want the court to consider. And Mr. Whitty, you have that date, June 21st?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, so we're all set on docket 23-00776. You're free to leave the Zoom courtroom, Mr. Jones. Oh, go ahead, Mr.
Just so he's, I'm sorry, just before Mr. Jones leaves. Oh, too late. Never mind.
Did he leave?
Yeah, you think he did.
All right.
I just wanted to make sure he understood that June rent would be due if he pays in June.
Oh, do you have an email contact for him or?
I don't, but I think he understands, and I think he's going to get it paid before then. So.
All right. So that's all for the record. 23-00776. You might have some defaults here, Mr. Whitty. Let's start calling those. So we're on the record in docket 23-00775. That's LG Park Place versus Joshua Carr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
And this is the time set for a landlord-tenant pretrial. It was originally scheduled for 9:45. It is now 10:48. I do not see a Joshua Carr in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see anybody in the waiting room or anybody in the physical courtroom. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear. I do have service by attachment, Mr. Whitty, so I can give you one of our default dates in a couple weeks.
Sounds good, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll set this on a second hearing date for May 15th at 10:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00775?
Nothing further, thanks.
All right, you're all set on that one. And then we're on the record in 23-00777. That's LG Park Place versus Spencer Welsh. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right, and this is the time set for a landlord-tenant pretrial. It was initially set for 10:15. It is now 10:50. It would appear that the tenant has failed to appear. I have service by attachment, so I can give you our next date in a couple of weeks for the second hearing.
Sounds good, Your Honor.
And that hearing will be on May 15th at 10:15.
Thank you.
So you should be all set on that file. And we're on the record in docket 23-00778, that LG Park Place versus Adil Abib. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
And this is the time set. It was set for 10:15. It is now 10:51. I don't see I don't see an Adil Al-Habib in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody present in the physical courtroom. I do have personal service on the file. Mr. Whitty, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to request entry of a default judgment. I'm prepared to proceed at this point.
Did you want to put any numbers, or did you just?
Yes, if I may, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Your Honor, there's currently retained possession due in the amount of $10,290. Court costs are $241.41. Total amount would be $10,531.41. We also asked for a money judgment in this case. The money damages with rent prorated through today's date would be $9,562.90. Court costs of $241.41. For a total of $9,804.31. To the best of my knowledge, the defendant's neither a minor, incompetent, or in the military service, and the premises have been kept fit by the landlord for their use as a residential dwelling.
All right, and you'll follow that up with an order to that effect, Mr. Whitty?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in docket 23-00778. And then we're on the record in docket 23-00779. That is LG Park Place versus Tamara Atwater. For the parties, please introduce themselves for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
And this is the time set for a landlord-tenant pretrial. This was scheduled for 10:15. It is now 10:53. It would appear that the tenant has failed to appear. I do have personal service, Mr. Whitty. How would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, this time I'd like to move for entry of a default judgment if I can put the terms on the record.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's currently rent to retain possession due in the amount of $4,395. Court costs in this matter are $240.82. Total possession amount would be $4,635.82. We also asked for a money judgment, and rent prorated through today's date would be $3,532.42. Court costs are $240.82. For a total money judgment amount of $3,773.24. To the best of my knowledge, the defendant is neither a minor, an incompetent, or in the military service, and the premises have been kept fit for their use as a residential dwelling by the plaintiff.
Thank you. And you'll follow up with an order to that effect, Mr. Whitty?
I will. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00779?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we do have Miss Kelly here. Let's go ahead and call that case. That'll be 782. All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-00782. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
I'm Erica
And ma'am,
Kelly.
you are Erica Kelly?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Kelly, you had the opportunity to see the video in this, and see or hear the video in this case?
Yes.
So you understand you have several options in the matter. I'll walk you through those options. Your first option is to meet with a legal representative of LG Park Place. Mr. Whitty is here, and we could place you in a breakout room so you could discuss some of the matters that led to the filing of this complaint. That's your first option. The second option is to meet with somebody from Legal Services of South Central Michigan. Mr. Kozort's here, and you could meet with them to see if that agency would represent you in the matter. If they were able to represent you in the matter, then they would file an appearance. If we did that, I'd most likely set a formal hearing and allow that application process to work itself out. The third option is to represent yourself or to seek your own legal representation in the matter. And if you chose that option, I would set it for formal hearing and explain to you the formal hearing process. Ms. Kelly, do you understand? Do you know what preference or what option you prefer today?
Yeah, the second one to meet with the people.
With legal services?
Yes, sir.
All right. So Mr. Kozort, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to indicate all parties appeared. And the defendants or tenant is to meet with legal services. I'm going to get a formal hearing date of June 21st at 3 o'clock for formal hearing. So Ms. Kelly, prioritize, regardless of what happens with legal services, prioritize that June 21st date at 3 o'clock. That's a live trial or bench trial or formal hearing, unless I hear different from the parties. All right, Ms. Kelly?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that's June 21st at 3 o'clock. Mr. Kozort, do you have somebody from your agency that Ms. Kelly could make application to?
Your Honor, she can be placed with Courtney Hibbelin.
All right, so I'm gonna have, so that's all for the record. Mr. Whitty, do you have that date, June 21st date?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna have Ms. Kelly and Ms. Hibbelin placed in a breakout room. That's all for the record, 2300782. So Ms. Hibbelin, and then Ms. Kelly, you should go to the room or get a prompt for the room. There you go. All right, Mr. Whitty, are you ready to call LG Park Place versus Billy King?
You bet, Your Honor.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-00781. That's LG Park Place versus Billy King. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right. This time was scheduled for 10:45. It is now 11:01. It's scheduled for landlord-tenant pretrial. It would appear that the tenant has failed to appear. I don't see a Billy King in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see a Billy King in the physical courtroom. I do have personal service on the matter, Mr. Whitty. How would you like to proceed?
At this time, I'd like to move for entry of a default judgment, if I may place the terms on the record.
You may, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rent to retain possession is currently due in the amount of $5,925. Court costs are $241.02. Total possession judgment amount would be $6,166.02. We also asked for a money judgment in this case, and rent prorated through today's date would be $5,161.77. Court costs in the amount of $241.02 are due for a total money judgment amount of $5,402.79. To the best of my knowledge, the defendant is neither a minor, incompetent, or in the military service, and the landlord has kept the premises fit for their use as a residential dwelling.
All right, and you'll follow up with an order to that effect?
I will indeed. Thank you.
All right, so anything else for the record, docket 2300781, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So it looks like we've got one more case at 11:15, Mr. Whitty, with you.
I think that's correct.
All right.
I'll hang out.
All right, we've got about some time there.
Norm, do you need me here for that or no?
Nope, that's a different client.
Okay, perfect. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, admin house. Sir, on the iPhone, would you please identify yourself, sir, or ma'am, on the iPhone?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Curtis Tank. I'm the landlord for I believe, the next case at 11:15.
All right. So are you here for, let's see, Kurtz Investment LLC?
Yep.
All right. And your attorney on that is Mr. Whitty?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'll probably call that in, depending on who shows up, by 11:25, 11:30, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Ma'am, on the Samsung, could you identify yourself?
Ashley Mays.
All right, Miss Mays, you're here for your 11:15.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play you a video, ma'am. It indicates some of your rights in the matter. You might want to get a pen or pencil available just to write some numbers down, okay?
Okay. Right there's a pencil. You got me that pencil. Okay. Right there by that marker. Well, there's a paper right here.
All right, I'll play you that video now.
Okay.
Welcome to the 54A District Court. Please listen carefully for information about resources and assistance that may be available to assist you. Please have paper and a pen handy. The 54A District Court has an eviction diversion facilitator on site to provide non-legal assistance, such as connecting you to possible resources. Please contact Ulysses Rosa at 517-483-7608. You have a right to be represented by an attorney. If you do not have an attorney and you are able to afford an attorney, you might locate an attorney through the State Bar of Michigan by calling 1-800-968-0738. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may seek free representation from legal services. You should have received this information with your summons and complaint. We have a representative present from legal services who is available to speak with you at the conclusion of today's hearing. You have a right to a trial by judge or jury. Information about your other rights and the legal process is also available from the Guide to Michigan Legal Help at www.michiganlegalhelp.org. Assistance is also available from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. If you have a caseworker at MDHHS, then you should contact the Eviction Diversion Program line at 517-887-9595. If you do not have a caseworker, the court will provide you with information for a housing specialist or assistance payment worker at the local MDHHS office. Please contact that person immediately. These services are free. You do not need a judgment to receive assistance from MDHHS or Holy Cross Services. The summons and complaint from the court case are sufficient. If you have served in our armed forces, assistance may also be available from the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. Contact 1-800-642-4838 and select option 6. Your landlord-tenant case can be resolved in a number of ways. One way to resolve this case is if you and your landlord reach an agreement. In such case, a conditional dismissal is possible when approved by all parties. The court can provide you with a form for a conditional dismissal. Another resource is the Michigan Community Dispute Resolution Program. If the court determines that your case can be resolved through community dispute resolution, then that resource will be coordinated by the judge. Thank you for your attention. Your case will be called shortly by the judge.
On the record. We're on the record in docket 2300783. That's Kurtz Investment LLC versus Ashley Mays. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
And I know that Kurtz Investments, there's a representative, or there was a representative here to that effect. And ma'am, you are Ashley Mays?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a landlord tenant free trial. Ms. Mays, you had the opportunity to see the video that was played?
Yes.
So you understand you have several options. I'm going to walk you through those options in this case. Your first option is to meet with Mr. Whitty in a breakout room as a representative of Kurtz Investments LLC. In that regard, you could explain or work out or resolve this landlord tenant matter before we set it for formal hearing. If he's amenable, which I believe he would be, that's your first option, is to meet with somebody from the landlord in the matter. Your second option is to meet with a representative from Legal Services of South Central Michigan. Mr. Kozert's here, and you could make financial application to that agency to see if they could represent you in the matter. If you did that, I'd most likely set it for formal hearing and allow that application process to work itself out. That's your second option. Your third option today is, of course, to represent yourself or to seek your own legal representation in the matter. And if you did that, I'd set it for formal hearing and I'd explain to you the formal hearing process. Ms. Mays, do you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed today?
I'll speak with representative of Curtis.
All right. So, Mr. Whitty, would you be amenable to speaking with Ms. Mays in a breakout room?
Happy to do so, Your.
All right. So I'm going to have Ms. Mays and Mr. Whitty and anybody else Mr. Whitty wants in that breakout room.
That'd be Mr. Tank. He's identified as iPhone.
Yeah, can I join?
That's iPhone. Would you like him in the breakout room, sir?
Yes, please.
All right. So I'm going to have the iPhone, Mr. Whitty, and Ms. Mays placed in the breakout room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then, ma'am, you are Takia Redden?
Yes, sir.
And you are the plaintiff in the matter, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Give us about 15 minutes and we'll wait for, are you person on the cell phone 9487, would you identify yourself?
Yes, Joshua Day.
Okay, Joshua Day. All right, Mr. Day, I'm gonna play a video for you right now that you can listen to. You may want to get a pen or paper to take down any numbers you may need, and then we'll call your case, all right?
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I'll play that video now.
All right, thank you.
Welcome to the 54A District Court. Please listen carefully for information about resources and assistance that may be available to assist you. Please have paper and a pen handy. The 54A District Court has an eviction diversion facilitator on site to provide non-legal assistance, such as connecting you to possible resources. Please contact Ulysses Rosa at 517-483-7608. You have a right to be represented by an attorney. If you do not have an attorney and you are able to afford an attorney, you might locate an attorney through the State Bar of Michigan by calling 1-800-968-0738. If you cannot afford an attorney, you may seek free representation from Legal Services. You should have received this information with your summons and complaint. We have a representative present from Legal Services who is available to speak with you at the conclusion of today's hearing. You have a right to a trial by judge or jury. Information about your other rights and the legal process is also available from the Guide to Michigan Legal Help at www.michiganlegalhelp.org. Assistance is also available from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. If you have a caseworker at MDHHS, then you should contact the Eviction Diversion Program line at 517-887-9595. If you do not have a caseworker, the court will provide you with information for a housing specialist or assistance payment worker at the local MDHHS office. Please contact that person immediately. These services are free. You do not need a judgment to receive assistance from MDHHS or Holy Cross Services. The summons and complaint from the court case are sufficient. If you have served in our armed forces, assistance may also be available from the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund. Contact 1-800-642-4838 and select option 6. Your landlord-tenant case can be resolved in a number of ways. One way to resolve this case is if you and your landlord reach an agreement. In such case, a conditional dismissal is possible when approved by all parties. The court can provide you with a form for a conditional dismissal. Another resource is the Michigan Community Dispute Resolution Program. If the court determines that your case can be resolved through community dispute resolution, then that resource will be coordinated by the judge. Thank you for your attention. Your case will be called shortly by the judge.
All right, we're back on the record in docket 23-00783. Let's bring Ms. Mays back. And the iPhone. All right. So we're back on the record docket 23-00783. Mr. Whitty, did you have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Mays in a breakout room?
I did, Your Honor. Ms. Mays got pretty much caught up this morning. The only thing that's left is $213.16 in court costs. So I think she'll be able to pay that in the next couple of weeks. I think the easiest way to handle this is just to set this for a trial date, and in all likelihood, we'll be submitting a dismissal in the next couple of weeks.
All right. All right, so I'll set for formal hearing on June 21st at 3 o'clock. As just a date, just as a date for trial. Ms. Mays, it sounds like you guys are resolving this matter. So if I'll wait to hear from Mr. Whitty concerning any dismissal in this case. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else for the record in docket 23-00783? I'll see everybody on June 21st at 3 o'clock, really set for control date. Anything else, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're all set. Ms. Mays, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom, and the representative from Kurtz Investment can also leave. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time this morning. It's been a pleasure, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We'll see you, Mr. Whitty.
Bye.
And so, Mr. Houck, you can come up here. So we're on the record in docket 23-00771. It's John Houck versus, go ahead and step back, and you can just have a seat. And that is John, is that Hucko? Hucko versus Joshua Day. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? And sir, you are John Hucko? John Hucko. Okay. And sir, you are Joshua Day?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This time set for a landlord-tenant pretrial. Mr. Day, you had the opportunity to hear the video in the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you understand you have several options at this landlord-tenant pretrial. The first option is to meet with John Hucko if he's amenable to who is the landlord in the matter, to see if he can resolve some of these issues before we set it for formal hearing. This is a pretrial, and that's what we do at pretrial. We see if we can resolve the case before we set it for formal hearing. That's option one. Option two is Legal Services of South Central Michigan is here. Mr. Kozert, you could meet with that individual in order to make a financial application to that agency for representation purposes. If you did that, I'd most likely set it for formal hearing and allow that application process to work itself out. That's your second option. The third option is to represent yourself or to seek your own legal representation in the matter. And if you did that, I would explain to you the formal hearing process, which is really a bench trial set in front of the court concerning the facts of the case. Mr. Day, do you have a preference as to how you want to proceed today?
Yeah, I think I would like to choose option number 2.
All right, so you'd like to meet with somebody from Legal Services of South Central Michigan, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to indicate for the record that all parties appeared. I'm going to set this for formal hearing date today. The formal hearing date is set for June 21st at 3 o'clock. Just add that one. Let's add that. June 21st at 3 o'clock. That is a formal hearing date, so that should take priority. To bring in any evidence you want the court to consider, that'll be live on the 6th floor. Mr. Hucko, you have that date?
Yes.
Okay. It's a June 21st date set for hearing on this matter. Bring in any evidence you want the court to consider. And so, Mr. Hucko, if you have that date, Mr. Kozort, would you like a representative for Mr. Day to talk to in a breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor. He can meet with Sean Ronka.
Okay. So the date is set for June 21st at 3 o'clock, and I'm going to place Mr. Day and Ms. Ronka in a breakout room for financial application. Anything else for the record, docket 2300771? Mr. Hucko, do you have any questions?
Well, basically, I just would like to sell the house as soon as possible. I mean, in my house, taking up space, and he's not paying me any rent.
Right.
We made arrangements. He was supposed to help me with remodeling. He lied to me. He did in 6 months about 10 hours of work.
All right.
Now, makes me sick to be able to only offer me that much work in exchange for free housing.
Right.
So I'm not getting a penny from him at all. I would like to ask him to move out this afternoon.
Right. Your formal hearing date is set for June 21st. Okay. Yeah. So if you come with an order in hand on that date, then I speak through my orders, so I'll sign an order on that date, depending on the proofs of the case.
Okay.
All right. Make sure on that date, June 21st date, you bring in any evidence that in writing, anything that's for me to consider. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. But because he appeared today and we have service by attachment, I've set it for formal hearings. That's the earliest hearing date. I had a feeling this was going to happen. So we just built in a hearing date on that 21st date. Okay. All right. So be here live at June 21st. All right, sir?
So June 21st, I'll be here live. So same place?
Same place, right here. Yep.
All right.
All right. You're all set, Mr. Hucko. Thank you.
Yeah, I wish we could have get him out this afternoon. There's no way possible.
There's no way possible. The law doesn't allow it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not paying me anything at all. 6 months.
Yeah, and our dates, our formal hearing dates used to be out in August.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
wow.
We're 1 month away is kind of a good All right, so we're on the record in docket 23000785. That is Takia Redden versus Terebray Wells. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ms. Redden?
Hello, sir. I'm Takia Redden.
All right. This is the time set for a landlord-tenant pretrial. It was scheduled for 11:15. It is now 11:31. It would appear that Terebray Wells, I don't see Terebray Wells in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody in the physical courtroom. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear for pretrial, or the tenant has failed to appear for pretrial. I do have personal service. So Ms. Redden, are you requesting a default judgment today?
Yes, and I want him out as soon as possible.
All right. So default judgment, do you have any numbers you'd like to place on the record concerning back rent?
So Mr. Walls owe me
how many months?
He owed me about $5,600 in back rent.
So what's the rent that he owes you?
He owes me $1,200 a month, and he has not paid rent all year.
And he hasn't paid since the beginning of the year. Would be January, February, March, April, so 4 months.
Or it's May now, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. It's May. I don't know when his due date is. So
his due date is on the 1st.
Okay. So it's 1,200 times 5.
Oh, he owed me $6,000.
All right. So Ms. Redden, so I can orally grant your default judgment, but it doesn't mean anything until I sign a judgment. So what you need to do as a landlord is you have to go call the 54A Civil Department, but what you have to do is fill out an order for me to sign indicating that the defendant failed to appear. So it's a default judgment, and have the civil department provide it to me. So with that $6,000 past rent indication, so that I can sign it, and then it'll take into effect. You'll have 10 days from that date to actually evict him.
Okay.
All right. But it all starts when I signed that order. And so try to get that order in by today or tomorrow, and we'll make sure the dates are right on it. And then you can go from there. So okay. what I do orally today doesn't count for anything until I sign the order. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So Ms. Wills, if you get that, make sure the civil department advances it to me. I'll sign it for fail to appear today, and then we should be all set. Okay, ma'am?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That's all for the record. 23000785. All right, Mr. Nerat, we're ready on your case. Docket 22-04126. That's 2020 Property Management versus Yasmin Kabir. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
But please, court, Your Honor, Attorney Frank Nerat for the plaintiff landlord in this action. I'm filling in for Attorney Norm Whitty today.
All right. This is the time set for a formal hearing. And is there, I don't see a Derek Ali, I'm sorry. I don't see a Yasmin Kabir in the Zoom courtroom. Is there a Yasmin Kabir in the present courtroom? There's nobody in that way by the hallway. This was scheduled for 1:30. It is now 1:47. It would appear that the tenant defendant has failed to appear. I will indicate for the record for the second hearing. I would indicate for the record that on March 15th, the defendant failed to appear for a March 15th hearing there, and we had service by attachment. Therefore, we set it for today's date. Mr. Nerat, how would you like to proceed?
Please, court, Your Honor, I'd move the court for entry of a default judgment of possession. I understand since the defendant was served by attachment that I'm not able to seek a money judgment today.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
If it please the court, Your Honor, rent to retain possession as of today's date is $3,575. Court costs of $212.69 for a total of $3,787.69. I can represent to the court based on the file material that I have is that the defaulted party is neither an infant nor an incompetent person. The defaulted party is not in the military service. And I further can represent that the plaintiff kept this residential property fit for the use intended. It's been kept in reasonable repair during the term of the lease. With that, I'd request the court issue a possession judgment by default on in the amounts that I previously indicated, that the plaintiff can apply for order evicting if the amount is not paid or the defendant does not move out on or before May 15th of 2023. And likewise, a motion for a new trial or to set aside or an appeal would have to be filed also by May 15, 2023.
All right, and you'll follow up with an order to that effect?
I have a draft here. I'm going to strike the money judgment part here, but we'll get that emailed into the court this afternoon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nerat. Is there anything else for the record in 22-04126?
Not on this case, no, Your Honor. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you. You're all set.
Thank you, sir.
We're still Mr. Levine. All right. So go ahead and come up and along with Derek Ali.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. And I just filed an appearance. I did it online.
Right. Yeah, they told me that you were filing an appearance on this case. So Mr. Ali, you can have a seat. You can have a seat next to your attorney.
Thank you.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-04158. That is Ali Elbast versus Derek Ali. This is the time set for a formal hearing in the matter. I'll indicate for the record, we previously set on February 15th. All parties were present. There was a formal hearing. I indicated at that point, we set it on April 19th for a formal hearing live. On April 19th, the tenant was present and the plaintiff was by Zoom. We reset the contested hearing for a live hearing on today's date, on May 3rd. I put May 3rd, it should be May 5th at 1:30. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you. Attorney Levine on behalf of Mr. Albast, who's present, seated in my right.
All right. And sir, you are Ali Elbast?
Ali Elbast.
All right. And sir, you are Derek Ali?
Yes, sir.
All right. this time set for a formal hearing today. Mr. Levine, I know you've just put in an appearance. So how did you want to proceed?
That is correct, Your Honor. So we just came in. I don't think there's much of a language barrier. I was just clarifying to my client what we need to complete the formal proceeding today. And so this court's indulgence, just 2 seconds. I'll be happy to let. If you want.
But let me talk to your attorney because he's filed an appearance. Do you need some time to talk to your client?
Just a few minutes.
Yeah. All right. So Mr. Ali, let's take a break and we're going to let Mr. Levine talk to his attorney, okay?
We'll get
No worries. No worries. Mr. Dua, you're here from Monopoly Apartments?
I am.
And I don't know if Dennis Leonard's here or not.
Dennis Leonard?
Yeah, I don't see him. So give us about 5 minutes and we'll call that case, all right?
Okay, no problem.
Because that's set for 1:45. I'll call it in a couple of minutes.
Perfect.
Okay. Is there a Cheryl Washington here? All right, that's Mr. Narrett's other case. Likes being on time. This on time. I like this. It's just killing Wendy that she can't control it.
You have no idea. This is the second courtroom I've had no control over today.
I appreciate that.
It's a nice change of pace.
Hey.
You're allowed to say me at the courtroom. I think that works.
That's nice, Nathaniel. I am trying to treat you meanly.
It's during the day. There's stuff coming in, but
That's way better than night.
yeah, I haven't gotten. Yet I hadn't gotten anything until you just said something.
Oh,
You
don't
just
fear, Judge. The weather's getting nicer.
jinxed us now.
If you don't have that power, I highly doubt that I do. Although I did jinx myself on whatever day yesterday. Is it yesterday? Yeah.
This goes to. Shoot. I think she's training too. I think that's the name of the person.
Jamaica.
Tamika Lofton. Tamika Lofton.
Thank you. Oh, Jason Evans. He said that because it's interstate and it's such a hot mess with all of these.
Right.
He said that if you wanted to register a complaint, you could register it with your FTC at FTC.gov.
All right.
To make it known, but he said because it's interstate and federal, and he said they would never get anything.
Right.
done.
I get it.
He said that was pretty brave for somebody to do that.
The dean of a law school and a judge.
Yes,
We had a good laugh over it.
I'm sure that you did. Stephanie said you should have gone and gotten a bunch of big bail bonds and gift cards.
Right. There's a cell phone search warrant that I'll do in later.
I didn't know Jason Adams left. His last day is next week. He's retiring.
Is it really?
Yeah, just yesterday.
There's a funeral this afternoon. Did you know that?
For the
Tim
sheriff's
Harrison,
deputy
yeah.
or lieutenant.
That was Annie's husband. It's Annie
That's
Harrison's
why
husband.
that name was. I kept
Yeah.
thinking I knew him somehow, but I couldn't figure out.
I've never met him, but I know Annie.
I know
I know
of
Annie.
him. I don't.
Eight kids are 8 and 10. And he's 46. Pretty sad.
Wait, have you been ill?
Yeah, cancer.
Oh, okay. The stuff I saw didn't really elaborate.
Yeah,
Is that something
that
I
was-
really wanted to?
It was a, I mean, short struggle is about 3 to 5 months.
He looked young in the pictures,
Samantha
but
Sprague is here for GAN Law Firm.
Bradley Houck is here.
Houck. All right. He's here.
Yes.
Let's call our 145 is being called in a couple minutes.
Supposed to be in person.
Who is?
Sprague.
oh,
Maybe
now he
that's
wants
not
to follow the
going.
rules.
Let me see that. Says live. In docket 22041158. That is people of the state of Michigan, or I'm sorry, that is Ali Abbas versus Derek Ali. And Mr. Levine, how are we proceeding today?
Sure, thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. So we're ready to proceed on the formal hearing. I just had to get a little bit of clarity. We don't have a physical copy of the lease, but apparently adverse parties allegedly holdover client from property that was purchased by my client about a year ago. So I just wanted to make sure on the logistics that we have what we needed, but we're ready to proceed on the formal.
All right. And Mr. Ali, you're ready to proceed on the case?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead. I'll call my client, Mr. Eli Abbas.
All right, Mr. Abbas, you can come up here. Here's the witness stand. So let's come on up here. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record, for the recorder.
Ali Albast,
Okay.
ALIELBAST.
Okay, and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. Mr. Levine, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Albest, you own a property that's relevant in today's proceedings. What's the physical address of that property?
609 East Jolly Road, Lansing, Michigan, Unit 17,
Okay, what's the zip code on it?
489111.
Okay.
48911.
Okay, how did you come to own this property? You own this property, correct?
Yes, I bought it
When?
in July
July of what year?
July last year.
Okay, and was there a holdover tenant or a tenant that was there from the previous owner?
Yeah, it was a tenant before I
Sure.
moved in.
Yeah, and so that's what I meant. Was there already a tenant occupying that residence?
Yes,
Okay, and do you know who that tenant is?
Mr. Derek Ali.
Derek Ali, okay. And was there a lease agreement with the prior owner and Mr. Ali that you?
For
were
Mr.
aware of?
Ali, no.
Okay, okay. And did you ever inquire about the lease directly with Mr. Derek
Yes.
Ali? Okay, okay. And to your knowledge, there was no lease, correct?
I talked to him. He said he has a lease, but I never seen lease now.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you again, just to clarify, so
Okay.
was there a lease or not? To your
No.
knowledge, to the best of your
No.
knowledge? Okay, you filed a motion to evict him, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, You remember when you filed it?
in July,
July of
last year.
2020,
22.
2022. Okay. Did you give notice to Mr. Ali
Yes,
before
I did.
filing that? Okay,
In-
so
In August,
when did you, okay, so here, let's, maybe there's language barrier here.
it's okay. Mhm.
You gave notice to Mr. Derek Ali that you were filing an action to evict him from that property, correct?
Yes,
Okay, when did you give him that notice? When did you serve him that? notice?
August 15,
August 15th of 2022.
2022.
Okay, and then you proceeded to file an action to remove him from the property.
Yes,
Okay. Since, have you received any payment for rent between
Not-
then and now?
never.
You have received it,
No.
okay. And you received no confirming indication that there was an existing lease, correct?
Yes,
Between Mr. Ali and the previous owner?
and the previous one.
Okay, all right. Your Honor, so I have.
All right, Mr. Ali, do you have any questions of Mr. Albast?
Yes, sir.
Okay, make sure you put it in form of a question. So I'm going to hear what you have to say in a statement. This is the time for you to ask him questions.
Okay, Mr. Ali, you say I never had a lease from you?
Is that a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No,
So I don't have a lease from you?
no.
Yes, I do.
But you can argue that later.
Okay, yeah,
But you asked him a question and he
Yeah.
said no.
I mean, I gave you a lease.
Okay, Mr. Albast, just don't answer anymore. All right, your next question.
He said I never paid rent since I've been there.
Okay, so you can ask him that question.
So have I never paid rent since I've been
Never,
there?
not even one penny.
Okay, well, I have paid rent.
Well, you can make that statement later. That's his answer to your
Okay.
question.
That's it, Your Honor.
Do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay. May this witness be excused from the plaintiff?
Can, Your Honor.
From the
Thank you.
defense? All right, Mr. Albast, you can be excused from the witness stand. Any further proofs today, Mr. Levine?
From the defense. Your Honor.
Okay.
Just to clarify.
All right, so Mr. Ali, why don't you stay there? All right, you can answer his questions. I'm gonna have you state your name, spell your last name for the record, all right?
Yes, sir.
And then you'll be under oath and you can indicate, he's gonna ask you some questions. He can call you and then I'm gonna go ahead and allow you to make a statement after he's done. So the oath will cover both parts, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Derek Ali, last name spelled A-L-I.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Levine, you may ask him some questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in the property that we just mentioned here, the physical address we put on the record, did you have a lease agreement between yourself and the prior owner of that residence?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you have a copy of that or a physical copy of that, a manifestation of writing or a piece of paper to show that?
No, due to the flooding in the homes, the lease was ruined. So I mean, I could try to get a hold of him to get another copy of the lease, but I don't have the physical lease of it.
That's okay. Did you ever show a physical copy of that lease to my client?
So you never asked for one.
So you did not, okay. Now,
Ma'am, you got to put your hand down. You're not a witness in this right now, okay? If you want to be a witness, you can be a witness and later. You're not a witness now, okay? Do you understand me? Is it going to be a problem? Because you could leave the courtroom. You can come back when you're ready to come back and behave yourself. All right, go ahead, Mr. Levine.
thank you. And do you have a current lease with my client for that same property? Do you have a copy of that lease or a writing of the actual
I don't
physical
have
copy
it,
of
I don't
that
have it
lease?
on me, but I do have one.
And do you have it, is it in the courtroom?
No,
Somewhere
no.
else? Okay. And what do you understand the terms of that lease to be?
It was a year lease that I signed with them.
With them meeting my client?
Yes. Well, he had someone to bring the lease to me.
When did you sign the lease?
November.
November of 2022?
Yep.
Okay, and were you served, let me ask you this, were you served with a notice to quit, to be evicted from the property? Do you recall being served with a notice?
They served me a piece of paper saying that he wanted to take over the property. He didn't ask for no money, he just wanted me to move out.
Okay.
That was it.
And was that approximately in August of 2022?
Maybe I can't remember.
Okay. And so do you see, I'll just ask, it's a little bit different, a little bit difficult for me to reconcile the idea that there was a lease that you claim my client gave you in November, if you were served a couple of months before. Think if I have any other questions. So are you a member of the military?
No.
Okay, are you incapacitated in any way?
No.
And you're not a minor, of course, right? I just
No.
have that. Okay. All right. That's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Ali, is there a statement you'd like to make to the court? I understand that your indication is that you have a lease, but you don't have it with you.
Yes, sir.
You had a prior lease, but you don't have it with you.
Yes, sir.
And that you've paid, your rent is up to date.
It's not up to date now because he served me the papers saying that he wanted to take over the property.
When was the last time you paid rent?
About 5 months ago.
All right, and all that money since then is in escrow?
No, sir.
Have you paid any money into escrow?
No, sir. The
Okay.
reason why is that because when they come there, I ask them, I tell them the problem with the property. They don't come and fix anything.
Okay, so now you're saying that the property was not habitable.
No, sir.
All right. Where did you live then?
I'm still staying there.
Okay.
But when
did you indicate anything about habitability in writing to the landlord?
No, I work face to face. I told him.
All right. So nothing's in writing in regards to habitability of the landlord.
No, sir.
All right. So everything you said was verbal to him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may continue.
And like I said, I mean, they come, they ask for the rent. I ask to have things done because sewage is back up, the mice is run through the house, and then basically when I first acquired that apartment from the previous landlord, we had an agreement where I fixed the place up. I get 2 months of free rent, and then I ended up painting 2 houses for him, so I supposed to get another 4 months of free rent, but he backed out on the agreement. But I did the work. I fixed the apartment up, spent my own money fixing it up, painted the 2 places for him. Then he just backed out on the deal. Then they come in. I met him just before he bought the apartment. He asked me, "Well, how does things work out here?" I told him off the bat. I said, "Well, the plumbing out here is terrible." Yeah. Oh, okay then. So they end up still buying the place. The plumbing still messed up. You know, we have sewage back up from the sink, the toilet, the tub. It comes through the crack of the floor.
So you must have put that in writing to the landlord that you had those problems with the house.
We talked about it verbally.
No, I mean in writing. The law requires you put it in writing.
No, I didn't put it in writing. Sir.
Okay. Did you have anybody come and work on the house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that in writing?
I haven't looked at my paperwork, sir, but
what did you think we were doing today for a hearing today? A live hearing for a bench trial. What did you think we were going to do?
I wasn't for sure, Your Honor.
The last time I told you to be here for a contested hearing, a bench trial live, and to bring any paperwork with you.
Once again.
That's what I said.
Yes, you did say it, sir.
You didn't bring any paperwork with you?
The paperwork was ruined when the house flooded.
So it flooded after April 19, 2023?
Yes, it just keep up. It just keep doing it. And I keep telling you.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Any other proofs, Mr. Levine?
Yeah, no.
All right. Thank you. All right. So after hearing the proofs and hearing the testimony of Mr. Albast and hearing the testimony of Mr. Ali, it doesn't seem like this is contested really legally. I have a notice to quit that was served on September 1st, 2022. That's the certificate of service. I have the complaint. The initial complaint was issued on 12/14/22. I have the summons that was initially signed on 12/15/2022. I have, as we set this for hearing twice, I have no proof from Mr. Ali except for his statements. Mr. Albast has taken the stand and indicated that no payment's been made. I don't have any copy of any lease realistically. We've set this twice. I find at this formal hearing, based on the evidence, I find by a preponderance of the evidence that the plaintiff has proven their case. I have no money in escrow. I have no money. I have nothing indicated or in written format that anything about the habitability of the resident in regards to anything in writing. Nothing's been presented to the court. So I find by a preponderance of the evidence that the plaintiff have proven their case. And Mr. Levine, I'm assuming you will submit an order to that effect?
We'll be doing that, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
So I will grant a possession order and back rent, of course, as a part of that order. That'll order. So my oral judgments don't mean anything until I sign it, and then it'll be 10 days from the date of that signature. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ali, do you have any questions of me? All right, from the date of my signatures, and I would act like today's the date, you have 10 days to remove yourself from the property, okay? All right, anything else for the record? Docket 22-04158, Mr. Levine.
Not been planned. Thank you.
Mr. Ali, anything else? All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we're on the record. Is Mr. Dewis still here? There he is. We're on the record in docket 22-04011. That's Monopoly Apartments LL versus Dennis Leonard. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Sam Dua here on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right, this is the time set for a formal hearing in the matter, and it was set for 1:30. Sorry, it was set for 1:45. It is now 2:13. It would appear that I don't see Mr. Leonard in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see Mr. Leonard in the physical courtroom. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the second hearing, which was set on March 1st. At that time, Mr. Leonard, there was an indication that he may be in the hospital. His wife appeared for him. We set it for this date for both of them to appear, and we don't have an appearance today. Mr. Dua, how do you want to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I am prepared with a default possessory judgment, if I may approach.
You may.
Thank you. Plaintiff submitted for a default possessory judgment to enter.
All right, so I have in my possession a possession of judgment for the amount of cost of $165.82, rent to retain property of 4279.58 for a total of 4445.54. Box 4A is marked for May 15th, 2023 being the date of eviction, and also for the appeal date. And for the record, I'm signing that. So I've signed your landlord tenant judgment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record, docket 22-04011, Mr. Dua?
Nothing further in that file. Your Honor.
All right, and you probably can get a copy from Mr. I just don't know where you make the copy. Okay, all right. All right, so we're all set on that file.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Narrett, we can call your case of docket 22-04127. That is Cherry Hill Improvement versus Shara Washington. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Your Honor. If it please the court, Attorney Frank Narrett for the plaintiff landlord, and I am filling in for Attorney Norman Whitty in this case today.
All right. This is the time set for a formal hearing in the matter. It was initially scheduled for 1:45. It is now 2:16. I will indicate that I do not see a Shara Washington in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see one in the physical courtroom. Is there a Shara Washington in the physical courtroom? With that understanding, this was recently, we were in court on March 15th. We had a fail to appear by the tenant for this date. We had service by attachment, so we reset it for May 5th of this date. And it appears that the defendant has once again failed to appear. Mr. Narrett, how would you like to proceed?
In light of the service by attachment, Your Honor, we're asking for entry of a possession judgment by default. The records I have reflect rent to retain possession $6,177, cost of $232.50 for a total of $6,409.50. An order evicting the defendant if they do not pay or move out on or before May 15th of 2023. That's also the date for an appeal. Liable for money damages if additional rent's owed or if there's damage, acceptance of part payment will not prevent an order. No money judgment to enter at this time. I can further represent the faulted party is not an infant or incompetent person. They're not in the military service, and that the residential property was kept fit for the use intended, has been kept in reasonable repair during the term of the lease. And we can email that into the court shortly.
All right. So we'll await the order. Go ahead, Mr. Nera. We'll await the order to follow based on those numbers and representations to the court. Anything else for the record in 22-04127, Mr. Nera?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you very kindly.
All right, you're all set. Thank you, sir.
I think I've got one more at 2:30.
I think
so. I may be hanging around on the fringes here, Your Honor, but
all right.
Thank you.
Okay. Next one's Mr. Dua for 218. Ordina Young. Is that 04005? All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-04005. That's Monopoly Apartments LL versus Ordina Young. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, I'm Sam Dua here on behalf of plaintiff.
All right, this is the time set for a formal hearing in the matter. And it was scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is now 2:19. I do not see an Ordina Young in the Zoom courtroom. Is there an Ordina Young in the physical courtroom? With that understanding, it appears that the tenant defendant has failed to appear for the second hearing, or for today's hearing, I should say. Mr. Dua, how did you want to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff's removed for default possessory judgment to enter. I have a proposed judgment for your review. May I approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is in regards to the judgment for landlord tenant. Box 1 has been checked for the right to recover. Rate to retain is 5891.24. Costs are 165.82 for a right to retain of 6057.06. May 15th being the writ date and the appeal date, and partial payment will not suffice. So with that understanding, and based on the information in the file, the defendant is not a minor, not incompetent, and not in military service, and the place has been kept in a habitable mode. Is that correct, Mr. Dua?
It is, sir.
All right. So I will sign the default judgment for failure to appear. Anything else on the record in docket 22-04005, Mr. Dua?
Nothing further.
All right, you should be all set. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Sprague, you're here for the Gann Law Firm, is that correct?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Houck, you're here?
Yeah.
All right. All right, Mr. Houck, you can come forward here. Ms. Gann, have you had Ms. Sprague, have you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Houck on this formal hearing?
I have, Your Honor. I believe that the property manager for Walnut Manor is there in the courtroom as well, Miss Shannon Melton.
Okay, Ms. Milton, you're here?
Yes.
All right. And so are we going to hearing today?
That was my understanding, Your Honor.
All right, that was my understanding too, except it was a live hearing.
My apologies to the court, Your Honor. It was put on my docket as a Zoom call and I was given the Zoom logins. My apologies.
All right, so, well, we'll continue in this format. It just makes, it's more harder on you than anybody else in regards to cross-examination of the witnesses, but, all right. So with that understanding, on docket 23-00559, Walnut Ferris Limited versus Bradley Houck, will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Sorry, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Samantha Sprague, P81931, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff. With me today, I have property manager Miss Shannon Melton.
All right, this is the time set for a formal hearing. Ms. Sprague, my understanding is we're going to formal hearing today, so you may call your first witness. Mr. Houck, you can have a seat.
I would like to call Miss Shannon Melton to the stand at this time.
Okay, Miss Melton. All right, I'm going to have you come on up here. Okay. The witness chair is right there. This is not my courtroom, so right here, please state your name and spell your first name and your last name for the court recorder.
Shannon Melton, SHANNON MELTON.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. And Ms. Sprague, when you're ready, you may proceed.
Miss Melton, can you please state what your title is?
The property manager at Walnut Manor.
Thank you, Ms. Melton. And are you familiar with the defendant and the defendant's ledger?
Yes, I am.
And to the best of your knowledge, was the unit kept habitable and fit for its intended use and purpose and in reasonable repair during Mr. Houck's tenancy?
Yes.
And do you have the ledger amounts in front of you for past due rent, late fees, and court costs?
Yes, I do.
Can you please provide how much is due and owing currently for rent?
Currently owed for rent is $1,136.
And for late fees?
$1,000.
Oh, I apologize.
$1,136. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then for other fees?
The late fees are 100, and then the court costs of $167.96.
And is that a total of $1,403.96 due and owing?
$1,403.96. Yes.
Thank you. And has the defendant provided any payments to the property since their last payment in November of 2022?
No.
And did yourself or someone at the property provide notice to the defendants that they were behind on their rent?
Yes.
Ms. Melton, did the defendant's rent increase to $498 in March of 2023?
Yes, it did.
Can you please describe why that increase occurred?
Because he failed to complete his Section 8 annual recertification.
Okay, and was the defendant notified of this increase in rent?
Yes.
No. Sorry.
Yeah, you can cross-examine and I'll take a statement, but what you can't do is interrupt the other parties, okay?
Sorry.
All right, so ask that again, ma'am.
Ms. Melton, was the defendant notified of the increase in rent?
Yes, he was.
And how did that notification occur?
Notification was sent from Becca Management that stated that his Section 8 voucher was being terminated.
Thank you.
Do you have a copy of that notification, ma'am?
I do.
All right. And have you shown this to Mr. Houck?
He should have received his own copy from Becca Management.
Okay. This is December 14, 2020 dated. So this is an indication that there's a termination of the rental assistance. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, you may proceed. I'm sorry, Ms. Brigg. I just wanted to see if. So go
no,
ahead.
no further questions at this time.
Okay, to the best of your knowledge, is Mr. Houck incapacitated, a minor, or in the military service? To the best of your knowledge, ma'am? Okay. All right, Mr. Houck, any questions you want to ask of Ms. Milton?
Yes,
Just so we differentiate, I'll take a statement from you, but this is the time to ask questions.
I never got the information because things
Okay, so
get
that
lost.
sounds like a statement.
Oh, okay, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so
It's gonna be a little hard for me because
right,
sometimes when I try to get it out as a question, it becomes a statement.
that's all right. Then save it for the statement.
Okay.
This is for Miss Milton, so all you have to do is ask her a simple, a yes or no question, okay? So are there any yes or no questions you want to ask? I'll give you all the time you necessary to make a statement.
Okay. Why was I removed from the PECA management payment plan, or whatever you want to call it?
Because you failed to complete your annual paperwork that they mailed to you on multiple occasions.
Okay. Why didn't I get a copy of it?
It was mailed directly to you, so it should have came in your mailbox. They tried to reach out to you also by phone, and actually I knocked on your door, and so did Jennifer, to try to make contact with you to get you to complete it. And she put her card in your door to try to get you to reach out to her and got nothing.
Well, see.
And these are just questions, okay? So you have all the time to make a statement.
But see, I'm gonna ask her a question. It may seem a little weird, but.
Okay, we don't allow weird questions here, okay? There's no weird questions here.
Well, I just.
So if you're gonna ask a question, or save it for a statement.
Okay. See, I was through Abbott House with the case.
Sounds like a statement.
Well, I'm just trying to explain
that.
this.
That's fine. You can explain yourself all you want, but not with her on the stand answering your questions. Okay.
Nothing right now, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused, Ms. Sprague?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. This witness is excused. Ms. Sprague, do you have any further witnesses today?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Houck, I'm gonna indicate your name, swear you in, and then we'll take your entire evidence, okay? Your side of the story, and that's the time to make a statement. So so your name is Bradley Houck, right?
Yes.
And how do you spell that name?
Houck.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. This is the time set for a statement from you, and then you may have to answer some questions from Ms. Sprague, but go ahead and tell me your side of the events, and now you can make a statement.
Where do I start?
I don't know. It's your case.
Okay, let's start back when I moved in back in February 2nd of 2020.
And February 2nd of 2020 is when you moved in.
Yes.
And that's when you moved in to the 516 West Saginaw Street, Apartment 7, Lansing, Michigan 48933 address.
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead. I'm just making sure I got the facts right.
Yes, sir. I had never gotten a copy of the lease.
All right.
I had never gotten a copy of the rules and regulations, which I am supposed to have.
And you don't have a copy of that?
Neither one of them.
I have a copy of it.
I don't.
All right.
Every time I go to ask Shannon, I'm going to call her Shannon, that she walks away. I have a right to that lease. I have a right to that rules and regulations, because Rules and regulations are given for a reason. To make sure people don't accidentally do something that they're not supposed to do.
I understand the law,
Okay.
so.
Well, I was written up for something that I didn't know about because I did not have rules and regulations in front of me. I have never had them.
Okay, so you've never had a copy of the lease?
No copy of the lease, no copies of
Since
the
February 2022?
Yes.
Okay.
Since I have moved in.
And since February 22, they've kept you from having a copy of the lease?
Yes.
All right. And did you sign that lease?
Yes.
Okay. Because I have you signing the lease.
Yes, I signed every lease that I've had.
Okay.
And
part of that lease was you were supposed to pay rent.
Right.
Okay. And how much rent were you under that lease were you supposed to pay?
at the time, it was $485 when I moved in.
Okay. I have the rent at $794.
When I moved in, it was $485.
And how many leases did you sign?
3. This is the 3rd lease right now.
You don't have any of the leases?
None of them. If I had them, they'd be right here. I
All
do
right.
not have one lick of evidence of any lease or any rules and regulations that I am supposed to have.
You have a demand for possession that was sent to your address.
Yes.
Okay. So you
No lease.
indicate that.
Right. No lease, no rules or regulations. This is what I've been dealing with.
And you have the complaint that was sent to your address.
Mhm.
All right. So, and you have this summons to be here that was sent to your address. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have all the paperwork that they have sent you concerning the complaint, the summons, the notice to quit, but you don't have the lease.
Never had a copy of the lease, never had a copy of the rules and regulations. And every time I signed a lease, it wasn't on February 2nd.
All right. And so you received an affidavit knowing to be here to the 516 West Saginaw address.
Mhm.
So you knew about that too?
Yes.
And then we sent you notice to be here to that 516 West Saginaw
Yes.
address. So you've gotten everything but the lease.
My address is 516 West Saginaw Street, Apartment 7.
All right. That's where we sent our notice.
Yes.
So you
I
must
have-
have got that if you're here.
Yes, I got everything, but I have never gotten a copy of the lease because every time I asked Shannon, she would walk away, she would ignore me.
Okay, so I understand that. I've got that.
She would
So-
do just about everything she possibly could. So
The
I never
allegation,
had.
the allegation is you've not paid rent since November of 2022.
Because.
So you don't dispute that.
No,
There's just a
but-
because.
But there's a lot more that's involved here. That's the reason why I've got papers upon papers upon papers
Okay,
of constitutional rights violations.
okay, all right. But you have not paid rent since November of 22.
Because I found out she had changed her name illegally.
All right. You have not paid rent since November of 2022. Is that
Right.
correct? All right. Did you put any monthly payment in escrow?
No.
Have you put any monthly payment in
No,
escrow?
because at the time I was only paying $50 a month.
Okay, so did you put $50 a month in escrow?
No, because.
All right, all right. I'm just making sure I got the facts,
Okay,
okay?
because during
All
the
right.
summertime,
Now, wait, no because here. I'm just asking, so you've not paid any money in escrow. Did you put in writing anything about the habitability of the residence that you're in? Is there anything in writing about that?
I don't understand.
Okay, are you indicating to me that it's a habitable residence?
Yes,
Okay, so really, we're here because you haven't paid rent since November of 2022. And you're saying you don't have to pay rent because of your constitutional rights.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
What
tell me
I'm-
what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, it seems that because the whole building was remodeled.
All right, the whole building was remodeled.
The whole building was remodeled. There was 2 48-hour or 24-hour notices that I never received, and
Okay,
I've got proof of them.
you have proof of the notices, but you never received them.
I don't have proof. The proof is I don't have them.
So the proof is you don't have the proof of the notices.
Right.
Okay, interesting.
And I have proof here of destruction of private property and larceny
All right,
that happened in the remodeling. I've got every.
All right, so what do you have that you did you put in writing anything regarding that loss of property?
I told her about it.
No, did not. That's not what I asked you.
No.
Did you put anything in writing?
No.
Okay.
I did not know.
Did you complain or did you put in writing to anybody to have it fixed?
Yes, and then it broke again because
All
they
right.
didn't fix
So
it
do you
right the
have that
first
to
time.
show the court that you put it in writing?
No.
No, you don't have that.
I don't, because I was never told to put it in writing. There's stuff that I don't
Well,
understand.
did I tell you to bring all the evidence in?
I brought that's what I brought.
Okay. All
I
right.
got all the evidence. I've got all the 48-hour notices. I've got pictures. I've got
Okay.
everything.
All right. But do you have anything as to reasons of why you didn't pay rent?
Because I was treated unfairly.
All right. And your argument is you did not pay rent or put it in escrow because you felt you were treated unfairly.
I know I've been treated unfairly because I've gotten a hold of her 15 times since I've lived there. She's texted me twice.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to say to the court?
There's a problem here.
Oh, there's a problem.
I know what
I agree with it.
I know what I've done is wrong, but what management has done is purely unsubstantial.
Okay. I understand that's your argument. I'm completely aware of your argument.
Because I've got pictures of destruction of private property. I had money come up missing out of my apartment.
All right. Are you indicating that somebody from the property management or somebody took that money? Did you file a police report?
I tried. I couldn't get on because I called the police department.
Okay. And nobody would take a police report?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I even had a guitar come up missing out of my apartment.
And you filed a police report about the guitar that was missing?
Yes, I do.
All right. And they took a report?
Yep.
And was anybody charged coming out of that report?
Nope, because she lied.
Okay.
And
All
I
right.
have the police report right here.
All right. Mr. Houck, do you have anything further for the court? All right. I'm going to take that as a no. Okay.
Right.
All
Yeah,
right.
I don't have nothing.
All right. Ms. Sprague, did you have any questions you wanted to ask Mr. Houck?
Just a couple of follow-ups, if you will, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Houck, what dates did you request a copy of your lease?
Every time I signed it, which was July 1st. Now, how can July 1st doesn't match up with February 2nd when I moved in? Because I moved in February 2nd of 2020. I waited until July 1st of 21 to sign a new lease. Now,
So, Mr. Houck,
I've been told,
my understanding of it then is that you've requested a copy of your lease every July?
I have 3 times.
And Mr.
And
Houck, did you continue to sign the lease even though you didn't receive a copy after each of those?
I had to. I was forced to sign the lease, and every time I asked her for a copy of it, never got a copy of it. Nothing. Zilch, zero. Or I'd have a copy of it right in front of me. Because the judge asked me to bring everything in. That's everything.
Okay, and
That's
Mr.
all
Houck,
that
Thank
I've
you, Mr.
gotten
Houck.
since I've been in.
Thank you, Mr. Houck. Now, did the property manager or any of the property workers steal the guitar that you alleged?
No, it was a gal that lived there, which is Diane Coombs. She was kicked out over 1.5 years later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Houck. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. With the testimony being done and without exhibits and 2 witnesses' testimony, the court has heard from the property manager, Ms. Milton, along with Mr. Houck through direct and cross-examination. I find that by preponderance of the evidence that the plaintiff has proven their case, by preponderance of the evidence.
Then how do I charge her for destruction of private property?
Wait, hold on,
larceny?
let me finish my thing, okay? Plaintiff proven by preponderance of the evidence for the case of non-payment. For the case of non-payment, I think it's undisputed that rent hasn't been paid since November of 2022. I have in the record the filing of the lease that was signed by Mr. Houck, indicating he understood the amount of rent to be paid. I have the demand for possession of non-payment of rent that was filed. And that was filed on January 5th, 2023. There was a complaint filed on February 9th of 2023 and a summons to appear in court, which was filed for the first pretrial. And then, of course, the summons once again for the first pretrial, and then we set it for today's date for formal hearing. So, Ms. Sprague, I think we've met the requirements of statute for non-payment. You're seeking back rent and a possession order, is that correct?
Yes, and I believe we were also seeking a money judgment, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I don't know. I don't know what so you'll follow that up with an order unless you want to put those numbers on the record.
I can put the numbers on the record, and then I can email over a copy of the judgment as well right now. So for possession, past due rent is due in the amount of $1,136. Other fees of $100 and court costs of $167.96 for a total possession due or payable amount of $1,403.96 for possession. For the money judgment, I show that damages is in the amount of $1,236 with court costs of $167.96 for a total of $1,403.96.
All right. And you'll follow it up with an order to that effect concerning both the numbers you placed on the record.
Yes, and Your Honor, is the best one going to be the Judge Flores courtroom at lansingmi.gov?
Yeah, that's the one that I know will be checked. So that one, the appeal date and the writ date will be 10 days after I sign it. If I sign it this afternoon, it'll be 10 days from there. If I sign it tomorrow, or tomorrow would be the latest, it would be 10 days from that date. Okay, ma'am?
Thank you. Would you like me to leave that blank in case it comes a little bit later? I'm going to send
it's probably it's probably a good idea, or I'll just end up changing it and initialing it.
Understood.
Mr. Houck, you had something to ask the court?
Yes, what is damages? The apartment was in mint condition, it's still in mint condition. What's the damages for?
All there is rent for possession, there's costs, and there's legal fees. Those how it breaks down.
Okay.
So you'll receive a copy of that.
But now, can I ask the judge a question?
I thought that's what you were doing.
Well, this is another question. Okay. All my stuff got destroyed in the remodeling. I've got all the paperwork. And it seems like, because I didn't pay rent, but she can open a door, let people in, let people destroy my stuff.
First, you got to prove that. You've got to prove it.
Right there.
The pictures aren't proof. Pictures are not proof. Okay, they're not proof of the person who did it. You may think you know who did it, but proof has to come from a criminal charge because it's against the law to let somebody break your stuff. Okay, and if that hasn't happened yet, I don't know what to tell you. Make another police report. But I do know that there are certain things when you don't pay rent after COVID, when you don't pay rent, that you're responsible for. And one of the things is paying rent or to escrowing it. So there's a reason why you're fighting over the rent. I think that's pretty clear today that you didn't pay rent. You even said that because, and then you left kind of the because was based on your constitutional infringements. I understand that. My court ruling does not take effect till 10 days of my signature. Okay. So now I'm going to sign it probably this afternoon or tomorrow morning. So you have 10 days to remove yourself, okay, from the date of the signing of that. Then they can apply for an eviction, a writ of eviction, okay? They can get a sheriff to come and move your stuff, and that's probably what you want to avoid. Okay, that's really probably what you want to avoid.
But how am I supposed to get my stuff that's destroyed repaired?
I don't know. You should talk to a lawyer probably.
Well, see, that's the problem. Nobody would take my case, or I would have a lawyer here today with me.
And then I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Houck. But I will tell you this, in 10 days, you need a new place to live, okay? All right, anything else for the record in docket 23-00559, Ms. Sprague?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Houck, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And I'll return your copy.
Oh, Your Honor, where can I need to speak to what is it? An inspector.
What floor is city inspection on?
I think they're in a different building.
What's that?
I believe that code compliance is in the building under the parking ramp at the Gibson. Old Gibson.
So it's the code compliance is, if you ask somebody at the window, they'll tell you where code compliance
Okay,
is.
because there's a loose electrical pipe that's 3 inches round.
All right.
And stands 20 foot tall.
All right, you should tell them at the window. Make sure you grab your stuff though,
Yeah, I
because, okay. All right.
Because that building might not be up when I'm done.
All right. Make sure you report that to somebody at the window for code compliance purposes.
Oh, I'm going to.
All right. Mr. Are you here for Mr. Freeman?
I'm here, I'm from her office, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Asbach. And this is Mr. Hennigan and Sod, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-00900, Lansing Tower Apartments versus Tyler Hennigan and Angela Sod. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Judge. Christopher Asphalt, 53129 for the plaintiff.
All right, and sir, you are Tyler Hennigan?
Yes, sir.
And ma'am, you are Angela Sod?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a formal hearing today. Mr. Asbach, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have the terms of a conditional dismissal that I'd like to put on the record.
Absolutely.
The defendants have agreed that they will vacate the property on or before May 19th. If for some reason they fail to do so, then plaintiff can move to set aside the conditional dismissal in a judgment of possession, and an order of eviction can enter at that time under paragraph 4B.
Okay. And so the only condition for the conditional dismissal is vacate by May 19th?
That is correct.
All right. And that's your understanding?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have a conditional dismissal for me
I
to
do
sign?
not.
Okay.
They have advised me, and is it okay if I sign your guys' names
Yes, sir.
to that conditional dismissal with those terms to it? Yes, sir.
All right. Really one term of the May 19th term, if you authorize Mr. Asbach to sign it, he can forward it without your review, but it'll only be about what we discussed here, okay? Pursuant to the conditional dismissal, I will wait to sign it. Anything else for the record, Mr. Asbach?
No.
Anything, any questions that you have of me, Mr. Hennigan or Ms. Sod?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. You're all set, okay? Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so we're done with that one. Mr. Narrett, are you ready to go on your file?
Ready to go, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We're on the record in docket 2204-128. That is 108 Hosmer LLC versus Frederick Turner. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Please court, Your Honor, Attorney Frank Narrett for the plaintiff landlord. And for the record, I'm filling in for Attorney Norman Whitty in this matter today.
All right. And sir, are you Frederick Turner?
Calvin Harris.
What's that?
Calvin Harris.
So you're not Frederick Turner? Okay. Okay. So you're here for your 245, Mr. Harris?
Yes.
All right. We're on a different case right now, so you're fine. All right. So this case was originally scheduled for 2:30. It is now 2:53. And it would appear that Frederick Turner has failed to appear once again for the second hearing. I do have that on May 15th, we met and Mr. Turner failed to appear on that date for the first hearing, and we had service by attachment, so we set it once again for today's date. Mr. Narrett, how would you like to proceed?
Please, court, Your Honor, we'd move the court for entry of a judgment of possession by default. Client's records reflect rent to retain possession, $6,174.95. Court costs of $232.31 for a total of $6,407.26. Whether this order is signed today, tomorrow, or Friday, the out date is 5/15 of 2023. And that's also the appeal date. We're not asking for a money judgment because of the service by attachment. My records would reflect the defaulted party is not an infant or incompetent, not in the military service. And I'm able to represent to the court that this property was kept fit for the use intended, has been kept in reasonable repair during the term of the lease. With that, I'd request that the court grant our motion and indicate, unless you have any questions, that's all I have.
All right, so order to follow, Mr. Narrett?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's all for the record. We've indicated the numbers and the writ date. The minor incapacitated bit of residence was kept habitable, and you'll follow up with an order to that effect. Anything else on 2204-128, Mr. Narrett?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you very kindly.
All right, thank you. And then Mr. Dewar, are you ready on Good Life?
Yes.
That's what I have. Good Life Apartment and April Hatfield.
Perfect.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-4017. That is the Good Life Apartment versus April Hatfield. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Honor. Sam Dua here on behalf of the plaintiff.
And this is the time set for a formal hearing today. I do not see April Hatfield in the Zoom courtroom. Mr. O'Reilly, you're here for Aaron Cox. Well, I've got Aaron Cox. And so what case are you here on, sir? You're an attorney.
I'm here on for the Good Life Apartments on a separate matter, and I'm just here to confirm that our dismissal was entered, but in any event, that's not the case before the court at this point, so.
All right, and I don't have any other files except Mr. Dua's files for the remaining three. So what's the number of the case you're looking, and we can confirm it that it was filed?
It's 23-00646 LTF.
2300646. I don't know if you can look that up, but if we can confirm that that was dismissed for Mr. O'Reilly.
Yes.
It was? Mr. O'Reilly, you're all set. That case was dismissed.
Thank you. Have a good day, Judge.
All right, you too, sir. All right, so without that extra, we have no Zoom courtroom. Ms. Hatfield. Is Ms. Hatfield in the physical courtroom? Without Ms. Hatfield being in the physical courtroom, I'll indicate that on March 1st, all parties appeared. We set for this for formal hearing on May 3rd today at 2:30. There was a meeting by the parties, and it appears that the defendant tenant has failed to appear for this hearing. Mr. Dua, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as of this morning, I was party to copied on several emails going back and forth between the plaintiff's agent and the defendant. The defendant clearly indicated that she would not be coming to court today. However, she made an arrangement with plaintiff to extend the date to May 31st. So that being said, plaintiffs moved for a default possessory judgment to enter. The only difference from standard is that the pay to stay date or the pay to vacate date will be May 31st. And I have a proposed order for your review.
All right, so that's May 31st as opposed to the May 15th date that
Correct,
we're
Your Honor.
using. Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'll take a look at your. So for the record, I have a landlord judgment tenant with the property possession indicated in one, the plaintiff has the right to recover property. There is a back rent of 6389.12, cost of 169.76, total of 6558.88, and then we have a revised May 31st, 2023 date. I will sign that order.
Thank you.
Anything else for the record? Docket 22-04017, Mr. Dewar.
Not on this matter.
All right, you should be all set. Let me make sure I sign the default. All right, so there's those two, I believe.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Harris, I believe it is, who I have not spoken with yet.
All right.
And I have Mr. Spencer out in the hall who's making a decision as to what he wants to do. In the meantime, if you'd like, if it pleases the court.
You want to talk to Mr. Harris or?
I would. If you want to proceed on the default on the 4020 file, that would be fine as well.
Yeah, the. I'll make sure I got the 40.
Monopoly v. Coulson.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get on the Coulson file. So we're on the record in docket 22-04020. That's Monopoly Apartments versus Christina Coulson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sam Dua here on behalf of the plaintiff.
This is the time set for a formal hearing. It was set for 2:45. It is now 3:00. We previously met here on March 1st, 2023. All parties appeared. Ms. Coulson indicated that she was going to meet with Legal Services of South Central Michigan. We set it for today's date live. Notice was given to the parties at that time for this May 3rd, 2:45 date. It would appear that Ms. Coulson has failed to appear today. Mr. Dua, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff's moved for a default possessory judgment to enter. I have those documents prepared for your review, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. Tripping over my words today.
Me too. So we have a default judgment for possession. Box 1 is checked as the plaintiff has the right to recover property. The past rent is $5,598.01. Costs are $105.82. Total is $5,763.83. The writ date is May 15th, 2023. Partial payment will not be accepted for issuing an order of eviction, and I will sign the order to that effect. I will sign the default judgment. Anything else for the record in docket 22-04020, Mr. Dua?
Nothing further.
All right, we're all set on that file. And then, well, I'll wait to hear from you on the following cases.
Appreciate it. I shouldn't be too long.
All right.
Mr. Harris, would you prefer to talk here or in the hallway? Okay. Thank you so much. You indicated that you want to move. Did you move out of the bus? Good. Good.
couldn't get in there.
That clearly says that you're actually allowed in there between 8 and 5.
Yeah, but
Right.
I watched my daughter, or my baby mama, she go to work.
No problem. How long do you need to move?
I got bombed and stuff, and you know what I'm saying? I don't know how, say I gotta be out there by 5. I don't have I've been sleeping in my truck, man. I can't even be in there.
Unfortunately, sir, if we proceed to hearing today, then it's likely that you'll have to be out in the next 10 days. So accordingly, if you need a little bit longer, I can help you. I can't extend it too much. They need to get possession back of this place so that they can turn it around for the city and get the code violations clear.
Yeah,
How about the end of the month? Instead of May 15th, it'll be May 31st. Fair?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it on a conditional dismissal instead of on a judgment, so that way you don't have an eviction. Okay. Fair?
Thank you.
All right. All right, give me a minute to write it up. And I need to talk to some of the gentlemen in the hall, and then I'm gonna bring it in. I'm gonna go over it with you one more time so you know what you're signing. And then we'll get you out of here as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Sir. Yeah, you mean like just Bruce or whatever? Yeah, no, the case is only this way. If Bruce showed up last time, then I would have marked it as a no-show. It's not gonna change anything, but I hope the judge isn't listening. Anytime you can keep it out of the judge's hands.
Exactly. That's a good idea.
The judges prefer it, we prefer